Chapter 11:14. The hidden sword peak was blasted to the side, and a huge crater was formed. Large pieces of earth and rocks crumbled. This was a weapon that only the king of a state could possess. In terms of destructive power, it was indeed shockingly strong. It could be said that this was the fierce king of Chu's true strongest state. Because unlike the Yao, the human cultivators were never stingy with the use of external objects. Even the sword faction, which focused on their own cultivation, needed a peerless sword. And the Crimson Dragon King was the sword in Chu Lai King's hand. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh. If this Crimson Dragon King had been present during the battle that day, the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. "Your Majesty, King Chu, long time no see. How have you been?" he greeted with a smile. However, with his mouth full of fangs, his expression was naturally ferocious. Chu Lai King glanced at him and cupped his fists. "I'm late. Thank you, Dragon King, for coming to my aid. I'm not helping you." "There's no need to thank me," the Dragon King of the Sea said calmly. "Of course I understand. Whether or not I thank you is up to me. It has nothing to do with you," Chu Lai King said calmly. "Heh, these two fellows." Li Qingshan sneered in his heart. However, he also understood that at this stage, they had their own pride. They were not as casual as him. Therefore, a human king, a demon king, and a half-human, half-demon. Although there were many conflicts between them, they stood on the same side. With the three peerless masters of the Green State joining forces, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. "You damned." Elder Tian steadied himself. His expression became more and more inhuman. Before he finished speaking, 1,000 years entering the painting, the Dragon King of the Sea spun and soared. The sky and earth were all white, except for the dark clouds that were as thick as ink. Other than the soaring black dragon, all the other sceneries turned pale. It was as if a magnificent painting was unfolding. The boundless world, from the ancient times to the present, was drawn into the painting. Frenzied saber of the end, descent of the blood moon. In an instant, Li Qingshan swung his saber 1,000 times and combined them into one attack. An arc of saber aura pierced through the air. It was as red as blood. It was blazing like fire, like a blood moon descending from the heavens, irreversible and unstoppable. On this pale painting scroll, the most distinct existence, Chu Lai King soared into the sky. The Red Dragon King let out another furious roar, and the main cannon at the head of the warship spat out a beam of scarlet light, like a real dragon's fire. It destroyed everything in its path. At the same time, he flipped his right hand and raised the small cauldron that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Then, he spread out a domain in the sky. Not only did it not conflict with the Dragon King of the Sea's painting, but it further increased its might. Without communicating telepathically or exchanging glances, Li Qingshan, Chu Lai King, and the Dragon King of the Sea attacked at the same time, but their teamwork was extremely tacit, as if they had practiced it thousands of times. As the painting unfolded and the Qingzhou cauldron pressed down, the heaven and earth sword realm actually showed signs of collapsing. The tens of thousands of swords also became pale and powerless, completely suppressing the heaven and earth sword formation. The black color spread, dyeing the green hidden sword peak as if it had become a mountain in a painting. At the same time, the blood moon fell into the hidden sword peak. It was only when the scarlet light bombarded the peak that a smooth saber mark appeared without a sound. There were countless sword holes on the hidden sword peak, shooting out countless beams of blood light. The blood moon in the peak instantly collapsed, turning into thousands of violent saber auras that destroyed everything. In an instant, the hidden sword peak was covered in cracks and blood light floated within it. It trembled violently as if it would collapse at any time. Li Qingshan thought to himself, "After these two great enemies became my helpers, this battle seems to have become a little too simple." The four monk kings looked up at the sky that looked like an ink mountain painting, and all of them felt extremely shocked. This was the power of their joint attack. The hidden sword peak, which had been so difficult to resist just a moment ago, was actually almost destroyed by a single move. It was exactly because of experts like them that the demon domain's invasions failed time and time again. Originally, they planned on working with Chu Lai King to attack the Hidden Sword Peak, but their reactions were slightly slower. Seeing this, they completely stopped worrying and prepared to defend the monastery firmly. But suddenly, the Hidden Sword Peak that was on the brink of collapse rapidly expanded. Blood sacrificed to the sword. Elder Tian brought his palms together, and his clothes scattered, reduced to dust. His skin tore apart as well, and blood sprayed out, merging with the Hidden Sword Peak beneath his feet. The Hidden Sword Peak immediately stabilized. However, Elder Tian did not have any skin on him at all, revealing his flesh and blood. His original appearance was no longer recognizable. He was like a demon that had crawled out of a pool of blood in hell. This was the sorrow of being a sword slave. He had to sacrifice everything for the sword soul at any time. Myriad swords returned to the root. Elder Tian stood on his feet and stabbed his hand viciously into the Hidden Sword Peak, like he was holding a huge sword. The thousands of swords flew back, and the sword formation of heaven and earth suddenly shrank, operating violently. The Hidden Sword Peak forcefully protruded from the painting, falling rapidly towards Great Buddha Mountain. The four monk kings received it together, but the extremely weakened sound of Sanskrit formation of world purification only lasted for a split second before completely collapsing. Faced with this terrifying sight that resembled a natural disaster, their instincts told them to immediately avoid it, or they would be dead for sure. However, the Chan monastery of Devanaga's foundation that had existed for tens of thousands of years was right under their feet. The Hidden Sword Peak had directly smashed into it, and the entire mountain was about to collapse, and all of the disciples would die to the landslide. As a result, none of the four of them moved at all. The dauntless monk said, "I will die for the monastery today. Live up to my Zen heart, live up to my Buddha." The three monk kings chanted, "Live up to my Zen heart, live up to my Buddha." With a flash of golden light, the four monk kings all turned into Vajras that were several hundred meters tall, raising their arms high into the air to receive the Hidden Sword Peak. Boom! There was a great rumble, but it was not as violent as they imagined it to be. Two black pillars stood beside them. Looking up from the pillars, they saw a towering ox demon, using its shoulders to shoulder the entire Hidden Sword Peak. "Qingshan," the unraging monk said. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Li Qingshan grinned, and his bones crackled. Even after transforming into the ox demon transformation and unleashing the various abilities of the ox demon, he struggled to contend against the pressure of the Hidden Sword Peak. The bones in his arms shattered, and his spine bent and snapped. His flesh and blood went without saying, mixing with the soil and rock of the Hidden Sword Peak and turning into surging flames. However, he hooked his horns into the mountain and held on firmly. His hooves sank deep into the mountain, and the head of the Buddha cracked and collapsed. The dauntless monk was moved. He said sternly, "We all owe you our lives." Afterwards, he ordered loudly, "All disciples, listen up. Retreat from Great Buddha Mountain as soon as possible." Although they were reluctant to admit it, it was already difficult for them to interfere in this battle. There was basically an entire realm of cultivation difference between them and the Hidden Sword Peak. Only supreme experts like the Dragon King of the Sea who had reached the peak of the third heavenly tribulation could work together and contend against one of them. Everyone else would just be throwing their lives away if they tried. "You stinking bug, watch as I crush you," Elder Tian said, but it was no longer his voice. Instead, it was the roars of the entire Hidden Sword Peak. Rumble. Li Qingshan's colossal body was almost pressed into Great Buddha Mountain. A series of sounds of bones shattering rang out from his body, but his expression became even more determined. He said sternly, "Come." With a dragon's roar, the ink clouds surged and gathered beside Li Qingshan, lifting up the Hidden Sword Peak together. The Dragon King of the Sea flew up and wrapped around Great Buddha Mountain. Reversal of the 5 elements. Chu Lai King stepped onto the Hidden Sword Peak with a single step and sent a palm strike towards Elder Tian. Elder Tian stabbed one hand into the Hidden Sword Peak and formed a seal with the other. Although he did not have a sword in his hand, he seemed to hold the entire realm of swords in his hand. Sword and palm clashed over 1,000 times in a single instant. Even though his posture was strange and he could not move his body, he actually did not lose the upper hand at all. The shockwaves kicked up a storm. A colossal, ink dragon head rose up from the east of the hidden sword peak, lunging over. Elder Tian pointed his sword at Chu Lai King. His right leg twisted at an odd angle and stepped hard on the dragon head. The dragon head suddenly turned into a human figure. It was the Amowuhin that Li Qingshan had seen before. He waved his sleeves elegantly and slashed down with his sword. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, the flesh and blood of Elder Tian's right leg fell off. His leg bone turned into a blade and blocked the blade. His left leg did the same. It stretched out and a flash of sword light flashed. The magnificent red light shot by Crimson Dragon King was split into two. Its angle changed accordingly and it attacked Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea respectively. Chu Lai King struck out with his palm. The void in front of him twisted and the red light deviated, flying towards the horizon. Dragon King of Ink Sea's body floated like ink as he dodged the scarlet light calmly. Behind him, there was a loud explosion dozens of miles away, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The ring-shaped airwave overturned a group of retreating monks. The 4 monk kings could not hide their astonishment. This swordsmanship was unbelievable. Just now, their defeat in one move was not a coincidence. It could even be said that they were lucky. Twisted and strange laughter came from the hidden sword peak. It was angry, happy, hateful, and malicious, like the hysterical laughter of a madman. It was full of chaos and was difficult to distinguish, but the effect was like a devil's voice. The monks fell to the ground, holding their heads and crying. The monk kings hurriedly performed the chant of Devanaga to save their disciples from dying. Amidst the storm, Elder Tian, who had lost his human form, was fighting one against 3 peerless experts. Illusions intertwined, changing and blurring. Sometimes it was a magnificent picture, sometimes it was the Green Province, but it could not completely annihilate the heaven and earth sword realm. With the help of the Dragon King of the Sea and Chu Lai King, Li Qingshan felt much lighter, but it was only relatively speaking. The hidden sword peak was still pressing down on him, making him almost unable to move. It was devouring his flesh and bones. His arms had almost become a pile of mud, and he was relying on his body to support himself. No matter how strong the helpers were, it was useless if his own cultivation was not enough. However, he had never been someone who relied on others. Moo! Li Qingshan lowered his head and sucked in a deep breath. He let out a deep moo and slammed his ox head against the sword collection peak viciously. Elder Tian's eyes widened. He did not expect that he still had the strength to fight back in this situation, and the counterattack was so strong and reckless. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the hidden sword peak suddenly shattered. A wave of air swept out for thousands of miles, and thousands of boulders were shot out like rain. Li Qingshan's skull was shattered, and blood flowed out, turning into flames that burned fiercely. It was as if his fighting spirit had never been extinguished. He stepped on the half-collapsed Great Buddha Mountain, straightened his body, and roared angrily, "Come and crush me." The monks looked at the distant Great Buddha Mountain, and for a moment, they could not control their emotions. Chu Lai King and Dragon King of the Sea looked at each other, and both had the meaning of, as expected. Chapter 11:15. The destructive power of the hidden sword peak swept away the dark clouds, and a ray of sunlight fell on Li Qingshan's body. He stared at the sky and muttered, "Let me see your true face." An extremely strange sword floated in the sky. The hilt of the sword was uneven, and the body of the sword was twisted and bent. If it wasn't for the ghastly sword chi, it would be practically impossible to determine that this was a sword. It was like a piece of trash that had failed to be refined in a cauldron, and it caused one to feel uncomfortable no matter how one looked at it, causing one to involuntarily feel a sense of disgust and rejection. However, it was this sword that controlled the heaven and earth sword realm, operated the heaven and earth sword matrix, and enslaved Elder Tian. No other weapon in the 9 states could compare to it. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that the towering hidden sword peak was merely its scabbard. The battle was not over yet. Perhaps this was just the beginning. The swords fell like rain. The long swords that formed the sword formation of heaven and earth fell from the sky, but they did not attack. Instead, they were abandoned like garbage. Controlling these pieces of trash is really a waste of effort. Elder Tian used his remaining hand to hold the hilt of the sword. His body twisted and became more and more deformed, as if he was an artifact attached to the sword. He was only used to adapt to the shape of the sword and unleash the power of the sword. And that old man's bullshit realm? Get out of my way. Elder Tian waved his sword randomly. The heaven and earth sword realm, which had not collapsed even under the joint suppression of Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea, was instantly destroyed. Sword peak, sword formation, sword realm. All external objects were abandoned, leaving only a man and a sword standing tall in the sky. Or rather, there was only one sword, a sword that immortals despised. However, Li Qingshan, Chu Lai King, and the Dragon King of the Sea all clearly felt that it was more of a threat than ever before. However, they were not afraid at all. If the 3 of them could not deal with a lone sword together, it would be the biggest joke in the world. It might be able to gain the upper hand for a while, but it would not be able to win in the end. I have to admit, according to this world's standards, this world is too small. You are all very strong. If this was any other place, it would be quite troublesome. Unfortunately, this was the Great Buddha Mountain. From the very beginning, you have no chance of winning. All right, the game ends here, hehe. Now, I will destroy the Demon Suppression Hall. Elder Tian. As she spoke, she suddenly became more reasonable. Her body gradually melted, merging into the forsaken immortal sword in her hand. She was swallowed up by the sword, leaving behind only a head. With a sinister laugh, she disappeared into the horizon, submerging into the void. From this moment onwards, the existence of Elder Tian no longer existed in this world. The abandoned immortal sword soul used the power it gained from devouring the sword slaves to launch a counterattack. Li Qingshan was already prepared. His eyes suddenly became as deep as the sea, and he punched the void beside him. Come out! The void trembled violently, and the forsaken fairy sword could be vaguely seen within it. A black line swam over and wrapped around the sword, pulling it out of the void. It was the Dragon King of the Sea. Without waiting for the forsaken fairy sword to react, Chu Lai King slammed the Qingzhou cauldron down. It's finally over. The dauntless monk watched this and let out a great sigh of relief inside. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga had finally survived another disaster. Illusion. The Dragon King of the Sea flew out of the Qingzhou cauldron and said 2 words. Chu Lai King frowned. He saw the forsaken fairy sword gradually thin out and disperse in the Qingzhou cauldron. It was actually just a sword illusion. Not only did the forsaken fairy sword possess the special ability to submerge into space, but it had even fooled the spirit turtle's divination. Oh no! Li Qingshan looked back, and the forsaken fairy sword emerged from space. It turned into a twisted streak of light and disappeared into the Demon Suppression Hall. Now, all he could do was hope that the Demon Suppression Hall was tough enough to block the attack slightly, giving them a second opportunity to strike. However, things did not go according to plan. A crack suddenly appeared at the top of the Demon Suppression Hall. In terms of toughness, the Demon Suppression Hall was even tougher than the Hall of Great Strength in the past, or it would have been impossible for it to imprison the town of myriad demons and suppress the demon cavern. However, under the forsaken fairy sword, it actually seemed as fragile as a regular building. Li Qingshan shook his head. This situation was not particularly unexpected. He said to Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea beside him, prepare to suppress the demon cavern again. Chu Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea said nothing. They had prepared themselves for the worst-case scenario to a certain extent. After all, the enemy was so powerful. Defeating them was already extremely difficult. Stopping them from fleeing or destroying them was basically impossible. However, while the destruction of the Demon Suppression Hall was terrible, killing a few Demon Kings was still nothing difficult for the three of them if they worked together. They wanted to see who was bold enough to stand up for them. Afterwards, they would just have to use the god artifact that was the Qingzhou Cauldron to suppress them again. Rumble. The crack rapidly spread across the entire Demon Suppression Hall. Demon Qi gushed out from the cracks. The vegetation in the surroundings either withered or began to demonify. The Demon Suppression Hall was gradually buried in the surging Demon Qi. With a great rumble, Demon Qi rushed into the air and rapidly expanded, reaching several dozen kilometers away and darkening the surroundings. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The size of the demon cavern was truly unprecedented. He struggled to imagine how the Chan Monastery of Devanaga had managed to suppress it in the past without the Green Province Cauldron. An extremely clear, black hole appeared in the Green Province Cauldron in Chu Lai King's hand. He was stern as he raised the cauldron high. "Fellow cultivators, please assist me." Before they could answer, he leapt into the Green Province Cauldron. The cauldron flew towards the demon cavern and swelled in the wind, growing larger and larger. The mountains and rivers on it became clearer and clearer, and it also became more and more solemn. It forcefully blocked the surging demon Qi and slowly pressed down. Li Qingshan and the Dragon King of the Sea arrived before the demon cavern. They were prepared to kill all who stood in their way, but they also had to guard against the forsaken immortal sword trying to interfere again. However, after waiting for a while, the forsaken immortal sword did not launch a sneak attack. Instead, powerful auras surged over from the demon cavern. Every single aura was that of a demon king. "That's a little big." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The demon kings attacking them were not just 3 or 5, nor were they 8 or 10. Instead, there were several dozen, reaching the maximum number of demon kings that could pass through at the same time in the demon cavern. The demon domain must have been prepared a long time ago, gathering the demon kings together. They would launch an attack as soon as the demon suppression hall fell. And these demon kings did not swarm over. Instead, they stood in a simple battle formation. Anyone with a slight understanding of the demon domain would know that it was basically impossible for 2 demon kings to coexist peacefully. If several dozen demon kings gathered together, it would devolve into a chaotic battle very soon. This was determined by the nature of demon folk and the laws of the demon domain. This was a world without trust and filled with malice. Unless there were even more powerful demon folk commanding them and using absolute strength to suppress them, they could not achieve this. Li Qingshan could not help but think of the terrifying sword Qi that could annihilate everything in the demon cavern of the south. Chapter 11:16. Clear River Prefecture. The pillar of lightning pierced through the surroundings. The swarm of insects surged into the pillar of light like moths to a flame, one after another. They surged endlessly. Gu Yenying swung her jade folding fan, and 100 tornadoes swept through the swarm of insects, but they struggled to kill the locusts so easily. Suddenly, her heart shivered. The soaring locust king vanished from her vision. She swung her jade folding fan backwards, and sharp atmospheric winds whistled out along with the scorching winds of hell. "You sure have some reactions, but those who stand in my way will die." War Demon's Possession. The soaring locust king suddenly appeared, flapping a pair of insect wings as startling demon Qi erupted from its body. It donned a set of demonic armor, and the banner on its back bore the 2 words, War Demon. It sped up once again, advancing instead of retreating. It flew against the wind and lunged towards Gu Yenying. Gu Yenying raised an eyebrow, and a pair of strong, white hawk wings unfurled on her back. She assumed a half-demon form and flew backwards. She called out, "Li Qingshan." "He's here." Li Qingshan shot through the air and threw a punch at the soaring locust king. His main body was currently focused on fending off the sword collection peak, so his control over his mirror clone was slightly weaker. Seeing the soaring locust king actually unleash the war demon's possession, he was surprised. As expected, he's seen through it. Even without the spirit turtle's ability to calculate, the soaring Locust King had managed to understand the true form of the demon suppression statuary after such a long period of time with his cultivation as a great demon king, making up for his greatest shortcoming. However, to Li Qingshan, this was the greatest piece of bad news. It meant that his strategy of decapitating the leader was no longer possible. Die! The soaring Locust King flapped its wings, and there was a flash of light as sharp as a blade. A huge gash appeared on Li Qingshan's chest, but it was not flesh. Instead, it was changing, flowing water. Soon afterwards, there was another flash of light. All he could do was retreat and focus on recovering from his wounds. It was all thanks to Gu Yannying's assistance that his mirror clone was not completely destroyed. Scarlet, white, and black wings flew about, sometimes crisscrossing and sometimes separating. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger. Li Qingshan looked down from the corner of his eyes and saw that no one was controlling the tornado. Amidst the surging pests, in the blink of an eye, it collapsed and dissipated. The swarm of insects surged into the lightning without any obstruction, and the tribulation lightning became even more violent. No, this can't go on. The mirror avatar's strength was still too weak. He could easily deal with ordinary demon kings. It was already beyond his ability to deal with the great demon monarch. If this continued, he could only watch as the golden cicada spirit king was struck to death by lightning. Damn it. Both sides are so hard to deal with. Useless. Useless. The flying Locust King laughed maniacally. Like a bolt of black lightning, it flew across the sky, fighting one against two. From time to time, it would summon the swarm of locusts to help. Li Qingshan and Gu Yannying could barely protect themselves. They could not stop it at all. The source of the locust plague, the flying Locust King, is here. Do you want to keep watching? Gu Yannying called out. Yu Weiyang and Jin Fugue exchanged glances. They had always been thinking of a way to kill the flying Locust King. Now was indeed the best opportunity. Originally, they wanted to wait for the flying Locust King and the golden cicada spirit king to tire themselves out before reaping the benefits. However, after witnessing the flying Locust King's strength after demonification, they could not help but admit that if the flying Locust King wanted to flee, they could not stop it at all, so they no longer hesitated. Black Cloud Sand Prison. Total annihilation. With the cry of a phoenix, the phoenix soared over and called out, "First Father, I'll help you." Helicoverpa stood on the little phoenix's back and spat out thousands of strands of spider silk from her mouth. Great Buddha Mountain. Demon Chi surged into the air like a beacon. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. Their enemy was no longer a single person or a single sword, but the boundless demon domain. Behind the several dozen demon kings, there were probably even more demon folk armies. In the past, whenever the demon domain invaded, they would have to gather the strength of the 9 provinces to fend them off. This was a war between two worlds. The effects of an individual would be drastically reduced. Even though Li Qingshan and the others were peak masters, they struggled to stop the war from erupting. The unraging monk clenched his fist firmly and gazed at Great Buddha Mountain that had been swallowed by the demon chi. He seemed to see the murals of Buddhas dimming and peeling away, and the scriptures engraved on the stone tablets gradually blurring. His eyes became slightly moist. The Buddha nature and Buddha light hidden in the mountains, rocks, and plants were completely washed away. Even if the Devil's Den was suppressed again, it would probably take 1,000 years to completely restore it to its original state. And before long, even the spirit veins would be contaminated. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga has been destroyed. A certain monk let out a sorrowful cry, and the monks all shed tears, some even breaking down and wailing. For a moment, there were wails everywhere. To them, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was basically their home. To mortals, no matter how great their mental fortitude and cultivation were, they could not help but feel agitated right now. They struggled to control themselves. As the abbot, Dauntless has failed to protect the monastery. I've failed my predecessors. Even 10,000 deaths cannot atone for my sins. The dauntless monk knelt down in the direction of Great Buddha Mountain. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga had actually been destroyed in his hands. There's no need to blame yourself too much, senior brother. Since the demon domain is determined to invade, there's nothing anyone can do. The unraging monk advised. He was also extremely sorrowful and furious, but he had been mentally prepared a long time ago after watching over the demon suppression hall for all these years. He had even predicted this would happen, as the Chan monastery of Devanaga had always been built on the crater of a volcano. The world had been at peace for several millennia. To the disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, demon folk were merely tools for tempering themselves. It was very easy for them to overlook the strength of the demon domain, as well as the fact that the demon cavern had been a passageway the demon domain had opened up to attack in the first place. The demon cavern behind Great Buddha Mountain was so large that, even with the suppression of the demon suppression hall, it was still much easier than opening up a new demon cavern. It was like a war between two countries. The Chan monastery of Devanaga was only equivalent to a sturdy city on the outskirts. Even without the sword collection peak opening the city gates as spies, they would struggle to fend off the large-scale attack of the demon domain. In the past wars, just how many extremely powerful divine kingdoms of other folk had been destroyed in the demon plague in the end? In terms of both history and strength, these divine kingdoms were probably no weaker than the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Let alone the Chan monastery of Devanaga, probably the entire world of the 9 provinces was just a sturdy city to the demon domain. Fellow cultivators, please assist me in killing the demons and do your best to suppress the demon cavern. I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Chu Lai King's sincerity was almost humble. In a situation like this, anyone could back down, but as the king of Chu, he had inherited the dying will of the previous kings. He had the responsibility of guarding the land, so he could not back down. Even if he knew it was impossible, he still had to do his best. Neither the Dragon King of the Sea nor Li Qingshan answered. Chu Lai King's heart sank. Without their help, there really was no point in trying. The Dragon King of the Sea reverted to his dragon form and circled around the demon cavern. He drew over the inky clouds in the sky and gathered them towards the demon cavern, suppressing the surging demon chi and assisting Chu Lai King in suppressing the demon cavern. Li Qingshan reverted to his normal form and murmured, "War demon possession," before stepping into the surging demon chi. He swung his dying blossom blade and prepared to deal with the upcoming battle. At the same time, he saw the sight of the Clear River Prefecture through his mirror clone. His heart became heavier and heavier. Although everyone worked together to keep the Soaring Locust King at bay, they still struggled to stop the Soaring Locust King's frenzied vengeance, just like how they struggled to stop the Forsaken Immortal Sword from destroying the Demon Suppression Hall. The situation on both sides became worse and worse simultaneously. Chapter 11:17. Little and come to Great Buddha Mountain to help. Li Qingshan's voice came intermittently from the communication jade token. Little and thought for a moment, and then put it away without shattering it. She was surrounded by mist that was the color of a deathly gray. It was extremely thick and seemed to weigh down on her. It seeped into her body through every pore, into her mind, and caused her to feel oppressive despair. Little Anne's expression was silent, without joy or sorrow. Her clear eyes pierced through the thick mist, but were blocked by an invisible barrier. This place did not seem to belong to the 9 provinces and had been thrown to the edge of the world. If one looked down from an extremely high altitude, the 10,000 Ghosts Abyss would be enveloped in a hemispherical shape. It was filled with thick mist, as if there was an invisible monster swallowing the entire 10,000 Ghosts Abyss and then slowly digesting it. All of this had to start from the moment she inserted the key into the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. When she turned the key, wanting to draw in some ghouls to use as resources for cultivation, the Gate of Hungry Ghosts suddenly expanded, turning into a sphere that swallowed the entire 10,000 Ghosts Abyss. She had experienced the Battle of Burial Mountain and knew that this region was being swallowed by the Hungry Ghost Realm. The enemy was much stronger than the Corpse King, which was why the Gate of Hungry Ghosts could expand to such an extent in an instant. She had no time to react. And after the Gate of Hungry Ghosts expanded to cover the entire 10,000 ghosts abyss, it stopped expanding and instead started to shrink. This proved that the attacker was definitely targeting her. The fundamental law of the Hungry Ghost realm was swallowing. With the power of this Gate of Hungry Ghosts, it could swallow a region 100 times larger, or have countless ghouls swarm into this world, but it did not happen. Up until now, she had not seen a single little ghost. There was only the soundless thick mist. Even though she did not know who was behind this, she knew that she had fallen into a trap. He also knew that he had fallen into a trap, and it must be related to Elder Ming who had escaped. When this region was completely swallowed, she would fall into the Hungry Ghost realm. With her identity as the heir of the White Bone, what awaited her would be a warm welcome. Such a hopeless situation. It was enough to drive one mad. Dressed in white, she paced around in the mist before returning to her original spot and sitting down. She fiddled with the skull prayer beads and silently chanted scriptures. Behind her was the towering blood sea banner. Suddenly, a chill assaulted him and a whisper of scripture entered his ears. "Aren't you going to try to escape?" Little N said, "You can't escape." Such frank words seemed to stun the owner of the voice for a moment, not knowing how to continue. "Interesting. As expected of the successor of White Bone, you are indeed very interesting. The destruction of the Xianin sect in your hands is not in vain." Little N listened quietly. "Don't you want to know who I am and what relationship I have with the mysterious dark sect? Don't you want to know what will happen to you in the Hungry Ghost realm?" A face emerged from the thick fog, circling around Little N. Sometimes it was a man, sometimes it was a woman, sometimes it was an old man, sometimes it was a child, and their expressions were filled with ghastly mysteriousness that caused others to shudder with fear. Little N sat still and shook his head slightly. "Very well, it seems that you have accepted your fate." The face in the thick fog looked down at her. Little N let out a soft, but whether it was his expression or his state of mind, he was calm and didn't look like he was in despair. "I am Emperor Li. I was once the sect leader of the Xianin sect." "Me too." Little N interrupted. "You too what?" "The sect leader of the Xianin sect." Little N smiled. The previous sect leader had already agreed to abdicate and pass the position to her, so she could be considered the last sect leader of the Xianin sect. "Ha ha ha ha, how funny. I can consider sparing your life. Why don't we make a deal? As long as you pass the legacy of White Bone to me, I will." "Liar." Little Anne's eyes narrowed. "Don't interrupt me." The drifting whisper suddenly turned into a furious roar that filled the valley. The whistling wind lifted up Little N's long hair, and the crimson blood sea banner fluttered loudly. Little N sat still. As the ghost abyss was swallowed into the Hungry Ghost realm, the power that the other party could wield would grow stronger and stronger. Once he entered the Hungry Ghost realm, he would probably have to face an existence that surpassed him by 2 major realms. No matter how the path of White Bone and Great Beauty countered the ghouls, he would not be able to win. "Sorry, Qingshan, I won't be able to go to Great Buddha Mountain to help you." He gripped the jade talisman tightly. "Let's wait a little longer. I need to grasp the right timing." The Gate of Hungry Ghosts gradually shrank, and the aura from the Hungry Ghost realm grew thicker and thicker. He could vaguely hear the wails of 10,000 ghosts. Rolling demonic aura surged over. The battle formation formed by several dozen demon kings rapidly approached. Li Qingshan could already see the strange faces clearly. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. The blade in his hand danced around lightly before he suddenly opened his eyes. Scarlet light shot out, and he swung his blade. Like a blossoming flower, it turned into 1,000 blade flashes and slashed towards the group of demons. The Dragon King of the Sea was slightly surprised. Although the force of the blade was fierce, he had attacked too early. This kind of mistake was not like him. The Demon Kings laughed wildly. Could it be that this guy was scared out of his wits? However, when some of the Demon Kings looked at the crimson-haired and crimson-eyed voice, they seemed to realize something. They could not help but shrink back. Wherever the blade flashes passed, crisscrossing black blade marks were left behind, shattering the void in an instant. The laughter came to a sudden halt. The Demon Kings could not react in time and crashed into it. The bodies of the dozen or so demon kings at the very front were immediately shattered into dozens or even hundreds of pieces. The other demon kings hurriedly used various methods to dodge. The battle formation was immediately thrown into chaos. One of them cried out, "It's North Moon." This was a name that had been mentioned many times before they set off. He was one of the many experts of the world of the 9 provinces, and he was even more dangerous than the 10 demon kings and the dukes of the 8 provinces. It was precisely because of his powerful ability to shatter the void that he was extremely destructive to the demon cavern. Good. The Dragon King of the Sea could not help but praise as well. He flew into the demon cavern and shrank his body to just a few feet, wandering through the cracks in space. Although the bodies of the dozen or so unlucky demon kings had been sliced to pieces, not a single one of them actually died due to the strange life force of demon folk. They pieced their shattered bodies together desperately, and a streak of ink flew through the air, leaving behind a winding trajectory and piercing the hearts of the demon kings one by one. Boom, boom, boom. The might of the explosion of 7 or 8 demon hearts immediately swept through the entire demon cavern. The surging demon chi was also severed. Chu Lai King used this opportunity to smash down viciously with the Green Province Cauldron. Li Qingshan exhaled. Although he was not as good as Little and his 2 teammates were quite impressive. However, he also felt deeply exhausted. Just now, fighting the Forsaken Immortal Sword had already taken quite the toll on him. Swinging the blade like that was quite difficult either. If he wanted to continue fighting, he could only consider rebirth. However, he already wanted to retreat. The opportunity to stop the demonfolk's invasion was not great, so he was better off returning to the Clear River Prefecture to deal with the soaring Locust King. And he was very worried about Little and safety. He was eager to check out the Myriad Ghosts Abyss. Just as he hesitated, a golden line shot through the sky, turning into a vine in the blink of an eye and wrapping around the Green Province Cauldron, trying to drag it away forcefully. Chapter 11:18. Dark Moon. Dark Moon. The Dark Queen called out frantically. She wanted to rush into the Myriad Ghosts Abyss desperately, but no matter what she did, she was unable to get through the invisible barrier. A streak of resplendent silver light rushed out of the southern horizon, flying over like a sharp sword. The Dark Queen suddenly looked back. The Silver Dragon King. The King of Southern Yu stood on the bridge and gazed at the land of the Green Province. He felt rather excited inside. Behind him were the esteemed guests of the king's estate. They had gathered all the strength of the Kingdom of Yu to wage war against the Kingdom of Chu. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He sensed the Dark Queen's aura. Afterwards, the esteemed guests sensed it too. They all said, "It's the Dark Queen. And she's all alone. What a good omen. Let's go take her down." Killing her is easy, but her identity is anything but trivial. We've already declared war against the Kingdom of Chu, so why should we be afraid of Chu Lai King? I'm not talking about her man, but her daughter. Her daughter. The esteemed guests all fell silent. Everyone already knew about the destruction of the Umbraline sect. It was rumored to be the Dark Queen's daughter, Princess Dark Moon. Originally, they were rather doubtful, but before they set off, the King of Southern Yu had once emphasized this matter. They had to avoid conflict with 2 people as much as possible, one of which was Li Qingshan, while the other was this Princess Dark Moon. The Silver Dragon King rapidly approached. The Dark Queen gritted her teeth secretly, but she refused to abandon Little and, then what do we do? Are we supposed to spare her? Strange, why isn't she fleeing? Something seems to have happened to the Umbraline sect. Don't tell me it's the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. Through the mechanisms on the Silver Dragon King, the King of Southern Yu had noticed the abnormalities in the Myriad Ghosts Abyss a long time ago. He guessed it was related to the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, and according to the information, Little and was currently cultivating in the Myriad Ghosts Abyss. The Dark Queen's abnormal actions proved this as well. Head caretaker Gongyang bowed and said softly, "Your Majesty, even the heavens are helping me." The King of Southern Yu said nothing in thought. The only people he feared were Li Qingshan and Little and... In fact, in his eyes, Chu Lai King had already lost the upper hand and would definitely not be able to resist his army. As for Little, and his fear was even deeper. After all, she was Princess Xianyu, the only successor to the throne of Chu. Moreover, once she made a move, Li Qingshan would definitely not stand idly by. Now, he allowed Little and to be devoured by the hungry ghost realm. It was tantamount to eliminating the biggest hidden danger. The heavens were really on his side. However, he had a deeper concern. If Li Qingshan found out that he didn't help, who knew what kind of reaction he would have? He could not help but laugh self-mockingly. As the ruler of a country, destroying a country was nothing to him. But now, he had to be so apprehensive about one person. However, when he thought of Li Qingshan's enraged look, he had no choice but to be cautious. With a thought, Xiaochen seemed to think of something, and he made a decision. He flung his sleeves, and the Silver Dragon King's main cannon shot out. Specks of silver light began to gather in the Dark Queen's eyes. The silver light in the Dark Queen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, with a flash, resplendent silver light whistled over, but it passed over her head and struck the invisible barrier that enveloped the myriad ghosts' abyss behind her, producing countless silver ripples. Your Majesty? Caretaker Ram was taken aback. She's already severed her ties with Chu Lai King. She's not our enemy, and she even helped me destroy the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and destroy the Umbraline sect, so I should obviously assist her in breaking free. Don't you dare say anything else. The King of Southern said righteously. The officials behind him looked at one another. That was not the theory that prevailed in the Mist Province. Instead, it was the law of survival of the fittest. However, since the King of Southern had already said that, they could only accept this explanation. If it were in the past, perhaps there would still be people who refused to accept this, but after the King of Southern obtained the Great Banyan Tree King's support, his organization in the Mist Province had already flourished. No one could oppose him. Yes, I've been too short-sighted, had Caretaker Ram said in thought. The King of Southern drove the Silver Dragon King, and the silver light constantly bombarded the invisible barrier. As the greatest weapon for attacking cities in the world, even the invisible domain the Gate of Hungry Ghosts had conjured could not put up a complete resistance. It began to show signs of melting. The reason why he made this decision was because he recalled the warning the Banyan Tree King had given him before he set off. If Li Qingshan is determined to stop you from destroying the kingdom of Chu, don't force him. You can only be a friend, not an enemy. He had always admired the Banyan Tree King's wisdom. Now that he had become the god of the Mist Province, his plans went even further. As a result, he suddenly discovered that saving or not saving was a choice between being a friend or an enemy. As a result, he resolutely chose being a friend. At this moment, the Gate of Hungry Ghosts sped up. The King of Southern frowned and turned his face to the officials. Officials, this is our first battle in the Green Province. Let me witness what you're capable of. The officials accepted the order and flew out of the Silver Dragon King as streaks of light, unleashing their various techniques towards the myriad ghosts' abyss. I've already done everything I can. Whether I can escape or not will be up to you. Having made his choice, the King of Southern eased up. Now that he had gone so far, he believed that even if Li Qingshan was unwilling to help him, he would not be determined to stop him, right? Little and suddenly raised her head. All she saw was a silver star growing brighter and brighter. A sliver of silver light shot in. She let go of the jade talisman in her hand. Looks like there's no need for that. She smiled. That works too. The surrounding domain rapidly shrank, and the hungry ghost realm was already right before her. She stood up gently and flew up. You want to leave? With a roar, the mist-like aura of death suddenly surged, turning into Emperor Li's ever-changing face and trying to devour her. The Buddha-slaying sword appeared. This was the moment Little and had been waiting for. If you don't show yourself, then so be it, but you actually dare to condense a clone, so don't blame me for being merciless. Arg! With a cry of pain, the face condensed from the aura of death collapsed. With a swing of the Buddha-slaying sword, who could stop it? Even if you were some Emperor Li in the hungry ghost realm, This was the 9 provinces. Little and looked back with a smile and said loudly, emperorly, I'll give you the legacy of the white bone. Thank you for sparing my life. We'll meet again. With that, he swung the blood sea banner towards the resplendent silver light. How dare you? Who are you? Chu Lai King flew into a rage. He slammed his palm against the golden vine, but the force from his palm was like a clay ox that had disappeared into the ocean. It was not very effective. The golden vine rapidly spread out, enveloping the entire green province cauldron. Madame Ting, now is not the time for you to take the cauldron. Li Qingshan knew that Madame Ting possessed extraordinary talent. She could devour spiritual force and possess supreme vitality and defenses. Striking at a time like this was basically the final iron rod that broke the camel's back. Now is not the time? When is the time? If you won't help me, don't even think about stopping me, Madame Ting said. Ever since she came to the Green Province, she had been searching for an opportunity to steal the Green Province cauldron. However, the cauldron was not that easy to steal, and there was no chance of success if she tried to steal it openly. Now that she had come across this heaven-sent opportunity, she definitely would not let it go. The Green Province cauldron shook violently. As the golden vine tightened and spread, the illusion of the Green Province rapidly collapsed and shrank. Meanwhile, demon chi surged upwards. Chu Lai King was already exhausted from the intense battle with the forsaken immortal sword soul. Now that he had to suppress the demon cauldron, he was being attacked from both sides. He immediately felt like he was losing control of the cauldron. All right, do whatever you want. Li Qingshan glanced at the demon cauldron. The spatial crack gradually closed up, and demon chi surged in the depths of the cauldron. Who knew how many demon folk were ready to strike? The demon cauldron was far too large. The tremors were powerful, but they could not seal up such a large gap. At a time like this, even if he chased Madame Ting away, he would not be able to stop the invasion of the demon domain. He sighed and laid out his hands. Right when he was about to apologize, the communication jade talisman in his bosom suddenly lit up, and little Anne's voice rang out. Qingshan, I'm fine now. I'll come to Great Buddha Mountain right now. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and pointed at Madame Ting in the air. Put down the cauldron right now. Little Anne passed through the silver light and looked back at the rapidly shrinking myriad ghosts abyss. He secretly rejoiced that Emperor Li had preserved his strength. Xianwei, the Dark Queen said happily. I'm fine. I've made Mother worry. Come with me. Little Anne comforted the Dark Queen before clasping his hands at the Silver Dragon King in the air. Thank you, Your Majesty, the King of you. We can't stay here for long. Afterwards, he turned into a white blur and flew off towards the north. The Dark Queen followed close behind. We can't stay here for long, the King of Southern Yu gazed down. The Gate of Hungry Ghosts had shrunk to less than a few kilometers, but it swallowed the entire myriad ghosts abyss. It seemed extremely twisted and strange. But very soon, it expanded once again, swallowing several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. Without another word, he immediately steered the Silver Dragon King away. Little and flew over 1,000 kilometers away. Looking back, he saw surging yin chi that shrouded the sky. He thought, sure enough. Chapter 11:19. Madame Ting obviously would not listen to Li Qingshan's orders, but she had to treat it seriously. She called out, Li Qingshan, don't forget about what you promised someone else. Did you steal the cauldron for the Banyan Tree King? Li Qingshan asked. Of course not. Madame Ting changed the topic and denied it firmly. It was impossible for her to admit that she had traveled all the way to the Green Province for that heartless old tree demon. She had already thought about it a long time ago. Once she obtained the Green Province cauldron, she would only give it to him when he begged her. Then there's no someone else. Li Qingshan smiled and said seriously, all right, I'll naturally hand the 9 cauldrons to the Banyan Tree King in the future, but the time isn't right now. You better put down the cauldron obediently, or else. Demon chi surged over from behind. A demon king leapt out of the demon cauldron first. After demonifying, it resembled a tadpole, but who knew how many times larger than a tadpole? Its entire body was snow white, and it had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. It gave off an intense stench. A tiny, spiky tail swayed rapidly, creating ripples in the air. It moved startlingly quickly, and its huge, sleek head suddenly split open into a blood-red gash that resembled a mouth. It swallowed Li Qingshan in a single gulp, and the gash immediately closed up. Or what? Madame Tung smiled. She wrapped her arms around the Green Province cauldron firmly, pulling it back as hard as she could. Chu King was no weakling either. As the Lord of the Green Province, he was the natural possessor of the Green Province cauldron. This connection could not be severed so easily, so he continued to hold on to the cauldron as hard as he could. When he heard the conversation between Li Qingshan and Madame Ting, he became even more afraid of relaxing. He questioned, "You were sent by the Banyan Tree King?" No matter how peaceful and neutral the Banyan Tree King was, he still represented the Mist Province, and he had close ties with the King of Southern Yu. They seemed to be working together. Right now, the strength of the Green Province and the Mist Province had completely lost balance. Once they lost the Green Province cauldron, the Banyan Tree King would become the god of the Green Province. By then, the fate of the Chu Kingdom would be in his hands. Madame Tung said, "I wasn't sent by anyone. Chu King, I advise you to let go. In any case, you can't suppress this demon's den. Maybe someone else will be willing to help. It's a matter of my Azure Province. I don't need anyone's help." Although Chu King said so, he couldn't help but sigh with a sense of loss. At that moment, a sharp scream sounded from below as the Tadpole Demon King violently twisted its body. It was rampaging through the air. His body inflated like a balloon. Countless cracks appeared, and every single one of them let out a blood-curdling screech. With a loud explosion, minced meat and mucus splattered all over the sky. A group of demon kings had just slaughtered their way out of the demon's den. Seeing this, they all dodged. Some of them failed to dodge in time and were drenched. With a hissing sound, white mist rose up, and large swathes of their flesh and blood were corroded away. Even the protection of demon chi was useless. Devour was this Tadpole Demon King's most terrifying ability. Its body was almost completely composed of this corrosive mucus. Not only could it corrode physical objects, but it could also corrode all kinds of energy. Once one entered its stomach, it was equivalent to entering the gates of hell. Even a demon king would turn into pus. However, Li Qingshan was no regular demon king. If you're bold enough to devour, then so be it. As soon as he entered the Tadpole Demon King's stomach, he immediately used the force field of earth around himself to push away the surging mucus. Force fields were different from regular techniques and abilities. They were completely unaffected by the corrosion. The Tadpole Demon King was forcefully blown up by the invisible force, dying on the spot. With regards to this result, Chu King and the others were not surprised. It would be inconceivable if Li Qingshan had died inside. Holding the Demon King's heart in his hand, Li Qingshan said to Madame Ting, "Otherwise, this will be yours. Forget it, just you wait." Thinking about his relationship with the Banyan Tree King, it was not appropriate to kill his wife. Leaving behind a sentence commonly used by street thugs, Li Qingshan threw the Demon King's heart into his mouth and chewed a few times. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of demonic light. At the same time, he shook his head randomly, and the demonic light danced around, forcing the group of demon kings to retreat. In the end, he wiped his charred mouth and said to Chu King, "Fellow Chu, hold on. Your daughter will be here soon." Xianwei. Chu King's spirits rose. If Ji Xianwei was here, this fine demon would not be a threat. Moreover, it would increase their chances of suppressing the devil's Denver. He said coldly, "My surname is not Chu." When Madame Ting heard that little and was coming, she hastened to fight with Chu King. On the other hand, Chu King simply gave up suppressing the devil's den and wanted to fight with her. At the same time, he drove the Red Dragon King and bombarded the devil's den with full power. One by one, the puppet kings flew down from the battleship and joined the battle. Li Qingdan laughed and waved his ending frenzied flower saber at the group of demons. As the saber danced wildly, he transformed into the fighting demon and moved freely in the surging demonic chi. He was not suppressed at all. Instead, his spirit was boosted, and he brought the fighting demon possession to a higher level. With a punch, the Demon King flew back. With a turn of the saber, the group of demons retreated. On the great Buddha mountain, the demonic chi soared into the sky, the strength of the chi crisscrossed, and the shadow of a dragon soared. Li Qingshan and the Dragon King of the Sea joined hands to fight the group of demons. The Dragon King of the Sea's body could be big or small, hovering between the real and the illusory. Even if he was chopped into pieces, he wouldn't be affected much. He had an almost immortal body. As for Li Qingshan, his body was strong. He could fight and resist, and he could even be reborn. Therefore, he had no scruples. Even if he was hit a few times, he didn't care at all. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought, exchanging injury for injury and life for life. A demon king that looked like an owl pierced through his chest with its claw. He didn't dodge or block, but instead reached out and plucked the demon king's head off. He turned around and used his face to receive a beam of demonic light. As his head was raised backward, the frenzied flower saber flew out of his hand and cut a demon king in half. The frenzied flower saber spun around and returned to his hand. Even the demon kings shivered at such a vicious and violent attack. They had been ordered to attack the 9 provinces, and they could benefit tremendously from it. Once they succeeded, they would receive the favor of the demon domain and receive the assistance of the heavens. However, none of that was as important as their own lives. If they died in battle here, there would be nothing left for them. Even the war demon race was nothing more than that. Half of Li Qingshan's tiger bones were exposed. The banner on his back had been torn down a long time ago, and his face had been struck by a beam of demonic light. He was even more deformed. However, the flames in his eye sockets blazed as battle intent blazed. With his damaged body, he actually gained the upper hand for a moment, which amazed everyone once again. Without his greatest worry, he had already made up his mind to fight to the end and fight to his heart's content. As for the Golden Cicada Spirit King, he had an idea too. A while later, a white figure arrived through the air. Little and swung the Buddha Slayer sword gently, and a demon king immediately went from life to death, reverting to his original form in fear. He said to Li Qingshan apologetically, "I've made you wait. Good food is never too late. Send your little skeleton to the Clear River Prefecture to provide support. Golden Cicada can't last much longer." Chapter 11:20. Madame Tang's heart trembled. She had been killed by Little and saved by Little, and, naturally, she felt that this was different. She had also suffered a sword strike, so she knew how terrifying the Buddha slaying sword was. "Please leave," Little said expressionlessly. "Forget it. I don't want to be slashed by you again." Madame Tang sighed and let go of the Qingzhou cauldron reluctantly. Because of the Banyan Tree King, Li Qingshan would not kill her. However, if Little decided to attack, he would not show mercy. Because she wasn't fighting for herself. "Thank you," Little said. Chu Lai King finally heaved a sigh of relief and regained control of the Qingzhou cauldron. He did not expect his daughter to be so powerful. She forced Madame Ting to retreat with just a few words. He could not help but feel emotional. He cast aside all distracting thoughts and said, "Xianwei, help me suppress the devil's den." "Yes, father." A phoenix cry sounded. Li Qingshan fought to the point of exhaustion, risking his life to take down a demon king with him. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a phoenix, undergoing Nerva rebirth. He said to the stunned demon kings, "We're all here, so we can officially begin the battle. Are you prepared to die?" The demon kings retreated and gathered above the devil's den. Actually, since the beginning of the war, not many demon kings had fallen. The biggest loss was at the beginning. Li Qingshan used the geographical advantage to destroy the Devil's Den, and the Dragon King of the Sea killed 7 demon kings in a row. Until now, there were still nearly 30 demon kings present. They had the absolute advantage in numbers. If it were not for the fact that both Li Qingshan and the Dragon King of the Sea were very resistant to beatings, one had an immortal body and the other could be reborn after death, the Demon Kings would not be willing to fight with their lives on the line. They would have lost the war long ago and would not have lasted until now. Up until now, they had not been able to kill a single enemy, even though they had the geographical advantage. This army of Demon Kings had been completely annihilated. Their momentum had suffered a great setback, and they no longer dared to be careless. They once again gathered their forces, and it was extremely rare for them to feel the importance of unity. It was as if they were waiting for something. Traitorous disciple, well done. The unraging monk crossed 100 kilometers. He came to Li Qingshan's side. Why did you come back? Li Qingshan glanced over. The unraging monk was not the only one who had returned. The other 3 monk kings had returned as well. After leading the monks away from the battlefield and making proper arrangements, they took the opportunity to regulate their breathing and rushed back to help. This is the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Watching over the Demon Suppression Hall is my responsibility. Cultivating the Demon Suppression Statuary is precisely to deal with such a situation. Demon chi surged around the unraging monk, but it did not contain the slightest hint of malice. Instead, it seemed righteous and unassailable, turning into a chains of demon suppression that wrapped around him like a dragon. He held a seal in his left hand and a demon-suppressing pagoda in his right. The demonic energy surging out from the devil's cave. It dispersed as soon as it arrived beside him. You do seem a little like you're about to fight. Li Qingshan smiled. You don't say. When I was fighting and killing, you weren't even here yet. The unraging monk said. Abbot. Little and brought his palms together and bowed towards the dauntless monk. His bearing was dignified and peaceful. It was impossible for people to associate him with the 2 words enemy of Buddha. One will. The dauntless monk's expression was mixed. Originally, he wanted to act like he did not see little and otherwise, the enemy of Buddha would come first between the enemy of Buddha and the demon folk. Shaun said nothing more. She said to Li Qingshan, the army of the demon domain has arrived. He could sense the countless auras of life in the demon cavern. They sensed the countless auras of life in the demon cavern and gathered like a river. Who knew how many demon folk were currently surging over? You've come at the perfect time. It's a pity that your little skeletons aren't here, but the samadhi flames of white bone are enough. Li Qingshan said. The demon chi is too dense. The samadhi flames of white bone will be suppressed, and these demon folk aren't ghouls after all, or they would be able to start a great fire. Then it'll be a little troublesome. Li Qingshan said. Quantitative change was enough to induce qualitative change. The soaring Locust King had already proven this point. He could put up a fight against several dozen demon kings, but against an army of millions, no amount of demon chi would be enough. Gazing at the sky, Chu Lai King was currently unleashing the illusion of the Green Province again, cutting off the surging demon chi. However, he definitely would not be able to suppress the demon cavern for a while. The Bloodsea banner is pretty useful, and I've refined something new too. Shaun blinked her eyes and raised her left arm. Her left hand, which was hidden in her sleeve, held a bell. It was only the size of a palm, dark blue and semi-transparent. It seemed extremely delicate in her white, lotus-like hand, but at a closer glance, there were countless twisted human faces stacked on top of it. Then it'll be up to you. Li Qingshan smiled. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and kissed her forehead heavily. Little and rubbed her forehead and smiled resplendently. All right. The demon folk army drew closer and closer. The aura they condensed merged with the surging demon chi, almost blasting the Green Province cauldron away. Chu Lai King had to use all of his strength to keep it under control, let alone suppress the demon cavern. Just now, the auras of several dozen demon kings paled in comparison. No matter how pure they were not worth mentioning. Li Qingshan sighed and sighed. It was no wonder those talented other folk had lost divine kingdoms one after another. Before such an army, who would not feel insignificant? However, he was not worried. It was not just because he believed in himself, but also because he believed in her. Little and sensed something and looked back. They looked at each other and smiled. At that moment, it was as if it did not matter if Chu Lai King or the Dragon King of the Sea did not exist. As long as they worked together, they could face all-powerful enemies. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, the sound of hooves rang out in the demon cavern. Through the deafening roars and battle cries, it reached everyone's ears clearly. Each beat seemed to strike their hearts, making them sink. Li Qingshan sensed a powerful aura. Both in terms of quality and quantity, it surpassed all the demon kings present. He thought, this is probably the Chu-Lai King and the Dragon King of the Sea of the Demon Domain. The Demon Domain is so vast, so they can't all be ordinary. Though, why does this aura seem rather familiar? Nay. With the neighing of a horse, a black-armored knight emerged from the demon cavern. A man and a horse stood before the entire army, arriving in this world. Behind them was the roaring demon folk army, but there was not a single person beside them. I see. Li Qingshan immediately understood where the sense of familiarity came from. The banner on the knight's back was written with the words, "Fighting Demons." What a bunch of trash. The black-armored knight roared at the demon kings, and the warhorse beneath him also revealed a look of contempt. How much better can you be? This was a retort, but it did not come from a demon king. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and gazed at the knight in interest. You're a fighting demon? Fighting demon Hun. The knight stated his name. You're Li Qingshan? Chapter 11:21. Donkey Rider. Cold light flashed through the war demon's eyes. He drew a huge sword from the saddle beside him. The warhorse that had been treated as a donkey was even more furious. Veins bulged all over its body as steam poured out of its nostrils. Its hooves bounced back restlessly as it muttered, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" He swung the huge sword forward and pointed it right at Li Qingshan. Don't you run. Don't worry, I don't have a donkey to ride, so I can't run fast. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He clenched his fists and crossed his arms. With a shudder, he assumed the posture of a war demon. With his blade in hand, his wings fluttered, and he turned into a scarlet streak of light, charging towards the war demon and the demon folk army alone. Come, fight! The war demon roared out and merged with his horse, turning into a string of blurs as he charged towards Li Qingshan. Kill! The demon folk army roared out together. Like a tsunami, they rushed into the clouds on the surging demon chi. Boom! A wave of air swept out with a whistling sound. The blade and sword collided, and their edges crisscrossed. The two supreme powers collided viciously. Their eyes met, only inches apart. One was scarlet, the other scarlet. Sparks flew. They were both shocked by the other's strength, which ignited an even more intense killing intent. Li Qingshan's shoulder ached. The warhorse had bitten him. In that moment, it did not seem like a horse, but more like a venomous snake, ready to attack violently. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. After comprehending the ox demon transformation, Li Qingshan could use the abilities of the ox demon more and more freely. The skin on his shoulder immediately turned into a faint, green ox hide, blocking the bite of the sharp teeth. He grinned. Your donkey isn't bad, but my blade is still a little better. The blade slowly cut into the sword. The figure of the Wild Blossom's blade's spirit vaguely overlapped with Li Qingshan and Li Qingshan. He gripped the hilt firmly. A head-on clash like this was the best way to test out the quality of a weapon. Clearly, the Wild Blossom's blade of doom was superior. The war demon roared out and swung his sword. With a momentum that could split mountains and rivers, it slashed towards Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan didn't dare to treat him as an ordinary demon king. The edge of the blade shifted and drew a mysterious arc, intercepting the big sword. I can't cut you. Fight. Boom, 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 boom. It was like a thunderclap. The sword and the saber clashed hundreds of times in an instant. Heaven and earth trembled, and the chi waves turned into a storm. At the center of the storm, Li Qingshan's red hair was fluttering in the wind as he simultaneously activated the two states of Fanatic's End and War Demon's Possession, achieving a delicate balance between strength and technique. He fiercely and calmly dealt with War Devil's every attack, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of battle. And in this demon cave battlefield, if one were to say who had the best geographical advantage, it would definitely be him. The Qingzhou cauldron was like a mountain. It hung in the sky and unleashed the illusion of Qingzhou. The devil cave was like a huge black mouth, constantly spewing out devil qi. At the same time, he used the laws of the demon domain to infect this world. This was where the two worlds intersected, and he was both the son of the 9 provinces and a king among demons. Not only was he unrestrained by any of the laws, but he even received the support of the two worlds, allowing him to easily gain the upper hand. You fake, I'll crush you very soon. Even if you want to run right now, it's already too late, War Devil said sternly. His voice was icy cold. He spoke at a steady pace. Clearly, he was not using his full strength when he spoke in such an intense battle. The army pressed down from behind. The formation of 1,000,000 demon folk rapidly advanced into the sky. Their final target was the Qingzhou cauldron. As for Li Qingshan, he was merely a relatively larger obstacle. As the army advanced, the demon qi on War Devil's body became more and more abundant. The power from the edge of the sword grew stronger and stronger. Even with the strength of the ox demon, he actually felt like he was struggling to fend it off. At the same time, the unraging monk became the most powerful of the 4 monk kings with the demon suppression statuary's suppression over demon folk. He fell into the guardian king's formation of demon suppression and poured all of his power into his body, turning into a furious guardian king. He swung the black chains in one hand and held the demon suppression tower in the other, swinging it around like a weapon. Even with that being the case, he constantly suffered blows under the encirclement of almost 30 demon kings. He could only use the power of demon suppression to nullify the attacks. And this was when the demon kings had to be on guard against the dragon king of the sea's sudden attacks at all times. They could not use their full strength. They were like a wild ox surrounded by a pack of wolves. It was only a matter of time before it collapsed. By the time the demon folk army surged over, they could only retreat step by step. Once they fell into their midst, they would probably be swallowed up in the blink of an eye. The Scarlet Dragon King unleashed its full firepower, spitting out thousands of streaks of scarlet light that bombarded the demon folk army. As a weapon of war, it was indeed suited for situations like this, but this was not the civil war of the 9 provinces. As each streak of scarlet light illuminated the gloomy world enveloped by demon qi, it was also diluted and weakened, causing extremely limited damage. Compared to the colossal size of the entire demon folk army, the number of demon folk they could destroy was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. The puppet kings they had unleashed had been torn to pieces by the demon kings a long time ago. One of them was even controlled by a demon king through some unknown method. Chu Lai King's heart tightened. Let alone the fact that he had spent most of his energy fighting so far, even in his peak condition, it was impossible for him to stop an army like that. The Green Province Cauldron could not suppress the demon folk army either. He could not help but look at his long-lost daughter. Little Anne's white monk robes fluttered in the wind, but she did not do anything the entire time. She held the delicate bell in her hand as she seemed to be chanting something. The 4 monk kings retreated as they fought. The enemy of Buddha really is unreliable. He's actually avoiding battle. We shouldn't have thought about relying on some enemy of Buddha in the first place. Concentrate. Don't talk too much, the dauntless monk said. Although Little Anne's identity as the enemy of Buddha was already undeniable, he still felt rather uncomfortable when he heard that. For some reason, he still believed that she would be an indispensable force in this battle, or even decide the outcome. Moreover, if she really knew what fear was, that would be great. Demon folk were twisted and twisted, but most of them did not have the right to be called the enemy of Buddha. Anyone with an ounce of intelligence would know that Buddhas could not be defeated. Even now, he still felt pained. One will, your cultivation in Buddhism is clearly limitless, so why do you have to become the enemy of Buddha? At this moment, a colossal shadow rose up, enveloping the glaring guardian king that the 4 monk kings controlled together. After the demon qi on the battle demon Hun reached the limit, it turned into a vicious battle demon over 3,000 meters tall behind him. This method of gathering the power of the masses was nothing special. Li Qingshan had seen the disciples of the school of the military use it before, and the ghouls of the hungry ghost realm had used it before. However, when the battle demon Hun used it now, it possessed a completely different, terrifying might. It was unstoppable and overwhelmed everything. This world has become a part of the demon domain. This is an irreversible trend. Do you really think you can stop it with just the likes of you? The battle demon Hun and the 3,000-meter-tall battle demon spoke at the same time. Their voices overlapped and echoed through the surroundings. Towards the end, he suddenly swung his sword horizontally, and the battle demon behind him also swung a 3,000-meter-long demonic sword. A circular sword chi swept through 100 kilometers, actually cutting the Scarlet Dragon King in half. Everyone watched helplessly as the most powerful weapon of war in the 9 provinces fell from the sky. This sight was basically enough to drive them into despair. Chapter 11:22. Under the blue sky, white meteorites pierced through the sea of clouds and gradually accelerated. Their friction with the air generated heat, dragging pale yellow tails behind them as they hit the endless sea of insects. 33 consecutive explosions sounded, and each explosion caused a large part of the sea of insects to collapse. They were all aimed at the weak points of the entire swarm. Yu Weiyang and the others still didn't know what was happening, but North Moon's clone heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the Flying Locust King was startled. It had a very uneasy feeling. In the deep crater, a sharp and ferocious bone claw suddenly stretched out. A skeleton demon stood up, its skull burning with the samadhi flame of white bone, ready to jump out. It opened its mouth and let out a soundless roar. Invisible waves swept across the ground, overlapping and resonating with each other. 33 skeleton demons formed the skeleton demon formation. At the same time, they opened their mouths and spat out the samadhi white bone fire, sweeping through the sea of insects. Shao and samadhi flames of white bone were most suited to dealing with these individually weak opponents with large numbers. Even if each flying locust was strengthened by demon chi, they would not be able to resist the samadhi flames of white bone. There was no interference from demonic chi here either. In the blink of an eye, flames rose everywhere in the sea of insects, reflecting in the compound eyes of the Flying Locust King. It couldn't help but be shocked and angry. It flew down and grabbed the head of a skeleton demon. Bang! Half of the skeleton demon's body was buried in the ground. Its body was plated with a layer of pale golden Buddha light, resisting the Flying Locust King's demonic chi. Bang! The Flying Locust King struck again. The skull of the skeleton demon cracked and sparks flew out. Bang! Until the third strike, the skull of the skeleton demon exploded. The samadhi white bone fire exploded, sweeping everywhere and igniting a large area of the sea of insects. The Flying Locust King was extremely fast. It only took a breath's time to destroy a powerful skeleton demon. However, there were 33 skeleton demons here. Gu Yenying and the others wouldn't sit and watch it do whatever it wanted. They all attacked together. The Flying Locust King wasn't afraid of being attacked. However, the speed of the fire was astonishing. It was like 33 sparks falling into a pot of oil. Before he could react, the sea of insects had already turned into a sea of fire. Although the samadhi flame of white bone did not have the power of the Buddha-slaying sword that extended to the main body, the destruction of so many clones in an instant caused the Flying Locust King's chi and blood to churn and his mind to surge. He disregarded everything and broke through the encirclement. Shaochen shattered another 3 skeleton demons in a row. However, he could not stop the fire from spreading. The insect swarm that had accumulated for many years was burned to ashes. 1,000 years of resentment had vanished in an instant. No! He let out a hysterical roar. Without the swarm of insects causing trouble, the Ascension Heavenly Tribulation immediately stabilized. The Golden Cicada Spirit King took advantage of the great tribulation of heaven and earth to free his body from the cicada slough. His body also grew, from a baby to a child, and then to a young man. He was handsome, intelligent, and clear. His eyes were black and bright. If it weren't for the pair of wrinkled cicada wings on his back, he would look no different from a human monk who had attained the Tao. It was as if the eggs had been waiting in the dark underground for many years, just for the pleasure of breaking through the soil layer, breaking free from the shackles, and spreading their wings to soar into the sky. Everyone could feel that his aura was undergoing a qualitative change. He was already at the last moment of the heavenly tribulation. Don't even think about it. The Flying Locust King urged the remaining Flying Locust demon generals. They recklessly rushed toward the heavenly tribulation. Whoosh! 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 The skeleton demons turned into pure white skull prayer beads again. They shuttled back and forth, killing all the remaining Flying Locust demon generals. Then, they turned into skulls, further tightening the formation. They cackled and surrounded the Flying Locust King. Little and threw the whole string of skull prayer beads here not only to help the Golden Cicada Spirit King ascend, but also to get rid of the Flying Locust King once and for all. The change was so fast that it was like a flowing river. It was agile and smooth, and the whole situation was reversed in an instant. Yu Weiyang and Jin Fugui looked at each other. They almost couldn't completely understand what was going on. Of course, they also recognized that this was the trick of the Princess Xianwei. The battle on the Great Buddha Mountain had already shocked them. They didn't expect that she hadn't displayed her full strength yet. It was indeed true that the Xianin sect was destroyed by her alone. Come to think of it, since ancient times, those who were worthy of being called the enemy of Buddha were all peerless masters. Just now, the few people who were bullied by the Flying Locust King took advantage of the situation and surrounded them. They wanted to kill this locust plague that stretched across the Qingzhou and avenge billions of lives. Every time the skulls rotated, the skeleton demon formation would shrink. No one was in a hurry to attack. Instead, they each guarded one side and blocked any possible loopholes. They slowly approached the Flying Locust King to prevent him from fighting to the death. The Flying Locust King, who was in a desperate situation, seemed to be stunned. He ignored everything around him and looked up at the sky. His eyes were bloodshot, and the corners of his eyes were cracked. 2 streaks of blood flowed down his cheeks. He let out a hysterical roar, Golden Cicada. The wind howled and wailed, as if it was formed by resentment. It blew across the land and into the sky. It was anger and hatred that could never be relieved. The Golden Cicada Spirit King looked back and seemed to sigh, recalling those years in the past. A cicada that was attracted by spiritual energy and refused to crawl out of the ground. A flying locust that was unwilling to die with the autumn wind like billions of its kind. They met in the same spirit vein and endured countless seasons, opening up a ray of light in the darkness. They were insects, ignorant insects, fragile and short-lived insects. The probability of standing out from the rest of their kind and turning into monsters was so low that it was not worth mentioning. But in the trillions of choices made by the heavens, they became friends and witnessed each other's lives. You country bumpkin, do you know the joy of flying in the sky? When I become a demon king, I will be called the Flying Locust King. One day, I will also be able to fly. But before that, I still need to endure. Endure what? I will take you flying now. Don't. Stop. It's too high. That damn baldy, it hurts so much. That's a monk. What monk? I will eat any baldy I see in the future. I won't let any of them go. Don't move, I will heal you. Hehe, I have turned into a human. It will not be easy to discover when I eat people. If you don't eat people, those monks won't chase after you. Is there something wrong with your brain? What do you eat if not people? How can you become a demon general just by drinking tree sap? Besides, don't you think humans taste better? Whatever. Don't blame me if you die. Sigh. We almost got wiped out this time. The King Chu's residence is really not easy to deal with. Good thing you reminded me. Stop. If you continue like this, you will be killed. How can they kill me, the Flying Locust King? Besides, you helped me, didn't you? Those monks will never guess your identity. All right, stop pulling a long face. When you get the chant of Devanaga and I get my revenge, let's ascend together. Topple the Demon Suppression Hall. What a great idea. Let's make a scene. Chapter 11:23. The Golden Cicada Spirit King suddenly woke up and turned to look in the direction of Great Buddha Mountain. Although he could not see the soaring demonic chi, he could clearly feel the collapse of the void and the surging of the devil's den, and it was getting clearer and clearer. Li Qingshan said, "Little, and I will take care of the matter of the devil's den, don't worry and go." The golden cicada spirit king nodded slightly and gently took off his clothes. "This is my gift." The tribulation clouds that filled the sky gradually retracted, and the howling tribulation lightning also slowly disappeared. He stretched out his slightly wrinkled cicada wings and looked up at the sky again. This moment, this was what he had been looking forward to for 10,000 years. However, at the last moment, he felt an increasingly intense pain somewhere in his heart. It was like a deeply buried thorn that he thought would melt with the flow of time, but it never disappeared because he had gotten used to the pain. Unexpectedly, it pierced his heart once again, causing blood to flow. His expression kept changing. Sometimes he felt pity, and sometimes he was at a loss. The tribulation lightning that did not pose much of a threat suddenly became more terrifying than ever. The roar of thunder penetrated his sea of consciousness, and he felt as if his body and mind were about to be torn apart. Little and saw this scene through the eyes of the skeleton demon and seemed to understand something. He looked at the trapped soaring locust king. Golden cicada. With a wild roar, the soaring locust king rushed toward the tribulation lightning without a care. Everyone attacked together. Strong winds, black sand, long spears like dragons, and North Moon's doppelganger, not allowing him to escape. The soaring locust king did not dodge and took all the attacks head-on. There was only one thought in his mind. The skeleton demon formation spun and closed. The soaring locust king could not help but feel despair, but he still flapped his wings with all his strength. He flew toward the golden cicada spirit king. The skeleton demon in front of him suddenly moved to the side. The soaring locust king immediately rushed out of the encirclement and flew into the sky. Little N. Li Qingshan was a little puzzled, but he believed that she had her reasons for doing so. The golden cicada spirit king looked at the soaring locust king flying toward him. He did not panic or fear, but instead showed a look of relief. His expression calmed down, and the roar of thunder faded into the distance. Die! The soaring locust king used all his strength. A claw grabbed the chest of the golden cicada spirit king. He'd completely disregarded the fact that he would be swallowed by the tribulation lightning. Or perhaps it could be said that this was his objective, and he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to perish together with Chen Shi. The golden cicada spirit king looked deeply into the eyes of the flying locust king. There was a natural cruelty in those cold compound eyes. Hysterical hatred. There was also a deep pain. They had known each other for tens of thousands of years, but she had never seen him in such pain, even though he had been chased to the brink of death many times. He was always ready to take revenge. And under the manic appearance, he was actually very smart, even smarter than the insect species, even smarter than Gu Shijiu himself. He would never delay his cultivation because of things like revenge, and he wouldn't even put it in his heart. He would take any disaster as a matter of course. Eating humans was a matter of course, and being hunted down by humans was also a matter of course. In the end, it was just a matter of who was stronger. However, this act of vengeance had broken through this principle. It was not for the sake of cultivation, nor was it for the sake of satisfying one's appetite. It was all for the sake of vengeance. It was as if they were venting their anger and killing without restraint, all for the sake of letting him see it. I understand. From the beginning to the end, the only one you hate is me. That betrayal was undoubtedly a blood feud that the flying locust king would never forget, and it was also a knot in his heart that he could not let go of for thousands of years. He kept thinking, was there a better way to solve it? From the very beginning, he had done something wrong. Was it to deliver all living beings from suffering? Was it to be compassionate? Was it to eliminate evil and defend justice? Was it to punish evil and promote good? Or was it to betray friendship because of selfishness? To defeat trust with deception? To defeat kindness with malice? To bury himself deep in the magma lake? It was not just for the sake of cultivation. Helicoverpa rosa could be considered to have a vicious nature, and he had been hiding in the underground magma, but he had been allowing her to do whatever she wanted, just to find an answer. However, until now, there was no answer. He could not satisfy both sides, but at least he could still bear it. So when the sharp claws attacked, he did not counterattack, nor did he put on a defensive posture. Instead, he opened his arms and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." In the next moment, the sharp claws pierced through his chest. Golden blood splattered. The flying locust king gritted his teeth and said in a hoarse voice, "Golden cicada, it's too late." The tribulation lightning became more ferocious once again, wrapping their figures in the lightning, making them blurry. "I know," the golden cicada spirit king murmured. "You're always so hesitant, so indecisive. Since you've made up your mind to betray, you should have killed me directly. You wouldn't have ended up like this today," the flying locust king said fiercely. "I can't," the golden cicada spirit king said. "But you've already killed me," the flying locust king shouted. Although the tribulation thunder had reached its end, because of the flying locust king's intrusion, its power had reached an unbelievable level. The battle demon image behind him quickly faded, and then even his body began to disintegrate. The skeletal demons were eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. Even if he immediately escaped from the tribulation thunder, he would not be able to escape with his heavy injuries, and he had no intention of escaping. The golden cicada spirit king was speechless. He lowered his head. "I'm also at fault. I know that you're weak, stupid, and easily bewitched. I shouldn't have let you go to the bald monk monastery." The flying locust king suddenly noticed the translucent cicada wings behind the golden cicada spirit king. The madness and hatred on his face faded, and he seemed a little regretful. "Sigh, we're all going to die, and you're still saying such things." The golden cicada spirit king sighed, but his mood was strangely relaxed, as if he had returned to a long time ago. The thorn in his heart had disappeared. As an ignorant insect species, a fragile insect species, he had no complaints about such a life. "Die? I haven't forgiven you yet. I want you to regret it forever." The flying locust king slowly pulled out his sharp claws and punched the golden cicada spirit king in the face. Li Qingshan caught the golden cicada shell that fell from the sky. It was as light as a feather in his hand, but it felt indestructible. He gazed at the sky again, but he never expected the outcome to be like this. The two demon kings had died together. Gu Yenying glanced at the skeleton demon. With that, she would not have to take any risks or suffer any losses, and she would be able to kill the soaring locust king. Yet, no one could find fault with this. Even the golden cicada spirit king himself accepted this result. This scheme was really hard to predict, and it was hard to say if it was mercy or cruelty. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. In the dazzling lightning, the flying locust king and the golden cicada spirit king suddenly separated. Li Qingshan thought that the flying locust king had gotten his revenge and was ready to escape, but he saw the flying locust king turn into a locust and fly against the lightning. Its huge body almost cut off the lightning, but it accelerated the speed of its body breaking. The golden cicada spirit king fell down, his eyes widened, and saw the flying locust king gradually breaking in the lightning. "No!" He immediately spread his wings and flew into the sky. Boom! A loud sound drowned out the thunder, and the flying locust king's body suddenly broke into pieces. The dazzling light lit up the heaven and earth, even more dazzling than the lightning. The surging airwaves slammed the golden cicada spirit king heavily onto the ground. It was as if the heavens had poured out its last anger, and the calamity clouds finally dissipated. Rays of sunlight passed through the gaps between the clouds and shone on the earth. Chapter 11:24. Ding! The ethereal sound of the bell rang out, and all fell silent. It was as if all sound had been sucked away by the sound of the bell. It was deathly silence and speechlessness. Clang! The bell shook again, and the ethereal sound was immediately shattered. It became extremely chaotic and noisy. The demon folk army became restless. The bell did not seem to ring out from their ears, but from their hearts. The unquenchable and unforgettable regret, anger, disappointment, loneliness, and fear. All of them started to whisper, and along with the sound of the bell, The whispers grew louder and louder, roaring and arguing without end. This was the confusion and noise of life. Between life and death was great terror and great confusion. This was the chaotic soul. As Little and urged on the chaotic soul bell, she chanted softly. It was both an indistinct dragon's roar and a solemn order, combining with the sound of the bell and becoming even more chaotic. Her silence just now was not only to control the skull prayer beads to deal with the battle in the distance, but also to balance the Buddha and the demon, pushing the power of the chaotic soul bell to the limit. Most of the demon domain army were regular demon folk, so they immediately fell into chaos and began killing one another. Even the demon generals became agitated. They were tempted to go on a killing spree. The demon commanders still maintained their rationality, but they could not maintain their footing at all. The demon kings were unaffected, but they did not have the authority to command the army at all. This belonged to the Dumo Hun army. With the army in chaos, they immediately lost their unity. The 3,000-meter-tall Dumo Hun immediately blurred. The Dumo Hun's expression changed, and his killing intent immediately rose. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. This was basically a weapon of mass destruction. Sure enough, Little and was the most reliable. The 3,000-meter-tall sword that had cut through the Scarlet Dragon King swept through the sky, surging with demon chi as it swung towards Little and in the sky. Little and ignored it. She did not move at all, focusing on powering the chaotic soul bell. Her white lunar monk robes drifted in the wind. A blood-red moon rose into the sky. Li Qingshan cut through the 3,000-meter-tall sword in a single stroke and stood in front of Little and he pointed his blade at the Dumo Hun. "Your enemy is me." The Dumo Hun suddenly bellowed out. The 1,000-foot-tall war demon behind him also opened his arms wide. He let out a terrifying battle roar, which immediately drowned out the sound of the bell. The demon folk all roused from their chaos. Clear River Prefecture. The devastated land was bathed in the sunlight, and it was dyed with a layer of warmth. The golden cicada spirit king looked up at the sky in a daze. The cicada wings on her back rippled with a beautiful flowing light. Li Qingshan was also in a daze. Did this mean that he had failed the tribulation? After all, if he succeeded in transcending the tribulation, this world would not be able to accommodate him. Since he did not succeed in ascending, it meant that he had failed. However, such a situation was far too rare. Overcoming a tribulation was often a battle of life and death. If one succeeded, they would be able to ascend a level higher, but if they failed, their souls would be dispersed and they would not even have a corpse left. Generally, only one heavenly tribulation would have a chance of surviving despite failing to transcend the tribulation. Moreover, the possibility was very small. The serious injuries they suffered would often sever their path of cultivation. He had never heard of anyone surviving the Ascension heavenly tribulation. However, the golden cicada spirit king's cultivation had clearly increased, only half a step away from ascending. Not only was he unharmed, but he even benefited from it, which was unbelievable. However, Gu Yenying could vaguely guess the reason behind this. The heavenly tribulation was already close to its end, and the soaring Locust King had thrown countless clones that possessed his aura into the lightning earlier. In the end, his original body died to the lightning too. Coupled with his personal strength that was extremely close to undergoing the tribulation, the heavenly tribulation concluded that the person undergoing the tribulation was already dead. There were far too many insignificant fortuitous encounters and rare coincidences involved, which was why this was the case. She could not help but sigh. The soaring Locust King had wholeheartedly tried to stop the golden cicada spirit king from undergoing the tribulation, and he had put in tremendous effort, only to bear the horrific price of failing the tribulation for the golden cicada spirit king in the end. Jin Fugui and Yueyang both let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, they had finally dealt with a great problem for the Green Province. This was their responsibility as the Golden Hawk Commander and the Great General King. Suddenly, he remembered what the soaring Locust King had shown him in the beginning and asked Li Qingshan in a hurry, "How's the Chan Monastery of Devanaga?" The Demon Suppression Hall has been destroyed, and the Demon Cavern has already opened. The Demon Domain has launched a large-scale attack. An army of 1 million has already killed their way over. I'm going back right now to provide support. If you're interested, you can go take a look with me. Li Qingshan glanced at the golden cicada spirit king. This piece of news did not faze him at all. He continued to stare at the sky blankly. He felt some pity inside. If he could come and assist them, it would definitely be of great assistance. In terms of cultivation alone, it was very likely for him to be the highest in the 9 provinces, standing between demon kings and demon emperors. However, it was best if he did not disturb him right now. As a result, he extended his hand, and a string of skull prayer beads wrapped around his wrist. He flapped his wings and took off. First Father's clone, wait for me. The little phoenix caught up. What do you mean First Father's clone? Li Qingshan shot a glance at him. Don't tell me that's not right. Don't follow me. You haven't even gone through 3 heavenly tribulations. Why are you joining in the fun? Go play with your younger sister. Li Qingshan ordered. Although the little phoenix was unwilling, he did not dare to talk back to Li Qingshan, even if it was only First Father's clone. He could only turn around and fly away. As the wind blew past his ears, Li Qingshan looked back. Gu Yanning caught up with him and walked beside him. She smiled and said, I can't not join in the fun. Yes, but be careful. This battle is very dangerous. Li Qingshan solemnly reminded her. Even a great cultivator might not be able to protect themselves in such a battle. Thank you for your concern, Gu Yanning said. I was worrying too much. With your ability to sail with the wind and preserve your strength, it would be strange if there was any danger, Li Qingshan said with a smile. Please don't make me sound so bad. In any case, I have helped you a few times, Gu Yanning said. Yes, yes, yes. I will never forget Commander Gu's great kindness, Li Qingshan said with a smile. Suddenly, he felt the skull prayer beads on his wrist tighten. Yes, it was indeed not the time to joke around. Gu Yanning let out a long laugh and sped up, flying off. After hearing Li Qingshan's words, Jin Fugue and Yu Weiyang looked solemn. They looked at each other and felt bitter. It was hard enough to deal with the flying locust king. Now, the locust plague was over and the demon plague was even more ferocious than the locust plague. The Qing province was really full of disasters. If they knew the current situation in Thousand Ghosts Abyss and the approaching army of Yu Kingdom, how would they feel? Are you going? Jin Fugue sighed and asked Yu Weiyang. Yes, Yu Weiyang said decisively. As a descendant of the military school, how could he be afraid of a battle? The Naraka realm is not as fun as the Ashura realm, Jin Fugue said. The position of Golden Eagle Commander given to him by Great Xia was not worth the risk. I didn't ask you to go. Since you are going, how can I not go? Be careful on the way. Take a rest. A smile appeared on Yu Weiyang's stern face. In the blink of an eye, only Helicoverpa Rosa was left. She looked at the golden cicada spirit king and wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she returned to the underground without saying anything. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of cicadas and looked back. The sound was similar to the chant of Devanaga, but it was completely different. It was more exquisite, like a long song, resounding through the sky and the earth. There was no subtle and profound zen, only indescribable sorrow. A long song was a cry. The sound of cicadas was getting louder and louder, almost beyond human hearing. Chapter 11:25. The monks of the Chan monastery of Devanaga stood on the top of the mountain and gazed into the distance. Within the surging demon chi, they could only make out a blurry silhouette of Great Buddha Mountain. And it was enveloped by an even deeper, greater shadow. That was the shadow of the army of 1,000,000 demon folk, which surged towards the green province cauldron in the sky with a roar. At the very front was the towering figure of the war demon, commanding the army of 1,000,000 demons. Even from here, their battle roars could be heard clearly. An ink dragon swam around the demon folk army, moving between the demon kings. Its body had been sliced and ripped apart countless times, even shattering to pieces, but it would reform again and again, except it seemed much weaker. He had already done everything he could to keep the demon kings busy, but there were just far too many demon kings. They all supported one another, making it difficult to kill a single one of them. If it were not for his undying body, he probably would have died here a long time ago. His only hope was above the clouds. Shu King controlled the Green Province cauldron and did everything he could to suppress the surging demon qi. He also sucked Little and into the illusion of the Green Province. Little and shook the Chaos Soul Bell, forcing the War Demon King to use a battle roar to fend off the bell, preventing him from wreaking havoc as he pleased. Li Qingshan swung his demise-frenzied blade, constantly attacking the War Demon King and stopping his advance. As for the 4 monk kings, even with the unraging monk using the demon suppression statuary, the demon kings still hunted them down everywhere, running into danger time and time again. Even protecting themselves became an issue. As for the Dragon King of the Sea's strength weakened, even more demon kings managed to free up their hands and rush over to support the War Demon Hun. They did not attack Li Qingshan. Instead, they circled around to the back and directly attacked Shu King. Once the illusion of the Green Province was destroyed, the power of the Demon Cavern would no longer be suppressed. Whether it was the Demon Folk Army or the Demon Kings, they could unleash their full strength. No one could stop them. Li Qingshan's heart sank. No matter how powerful he was, he could not split himself up. He had no time to support Shu King. Shu Lai's expression was solemn as he stood in the center of the Green Province's illusory realm. The illusory realm suddenly became corporeal. Mountains, rivers, grass, trees, and even the demon kings entered. Immediately, lightning flashed, thunder roared, mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. One of the demon kings suddenly became sluggish, and his expression became distorted. It was as if he was suffering from some illness or had some problems with his cultivation. Coincidentally, a series of lightning bolts struck down, and there was a loud boom. His body was smashed to pieces. The other demon kings didn't dare to be aggressive anymore. They turned around and patrolled the borders of the illusion before slowly advancing. These foreign invaders would be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth of the world of the 9 states, and the illusion of the green state derived from the green state cauldron was the condensation of the power of the laws. At this moment, it displayed astonishing might, suppressing the attacks of the demon kings like an unbreakable fortress. However, this was one of the few great demon dens in the world. The demonic energy that soared into the skies was enough to easily contaminate an area of 1,000 miles. As the bridgehead for the invasion of the demon region, how could it be so easily suppressed? Boom! The sword and the saber clashed again. Battle Devil Hun roared and swung his sword down. Li Qingshan flew backward. A few strands of his scarlet hair fluttered down. After borrowing the chi of the Great Army, the Battle Devil Hun's strength had climbed to an unbelievable level. Even more terrifyingly, he could control this power with composure. Both his battle techniques and his battle spirit were flawless. Li Qingshan tried various innate abilities, but he struggled to kill him. Even though he could cause some damage, but Battle Devil Hun glanced at the sword in his hand. It was covered in nicks and slashes. Dark, demonic light flowed into the sword from his arm, and the nicks and slashes vanished in the blink of an eye as if they were brand new. Li Qingshan, I admit your strength is extraordinary, but it's just a pity that you're too stupid. Stupid? What do you mean? Li Qingshan said. The battle in the Clear River Prefecture had just come to an end, so he was more than happy to stall for time. You've chosen the wrong side. Don't forget that you're a demon. Your battle is meaningless. If this world becomes a demon domain, there will only be benefits for you. With your talent and strength, you can completely join the War Demon clan and become a true War Demon. This world is far too weak. It can't even express its will. If you come to my side and fight for the demon domain, you'll understand what Heaven's will is. There will be endless benefits. Battle Devil Hun tried to persuade him. He knew that even if he defeated Li Qingshan, it would be very difficult to kill him here. He would become a huge stumbling block. If he could pull him into the Demon Domain's camp, he would become a great source of assistance. At the same time, there would be even more opportunities to kill him. That does sound very reasonable. Let me consider it. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin as if he was seriously considering switching sides. Oh no, that kid's going to switch sides. said a monk king, but upon further thought, what switch could a demon possibly have? He won't. The unraging monk said firmly. Before he could say anything else, there was a great boom, and the furious guardian king was smashed apart by the combined efforts of the demon kings. In the past, there was a foolish war demon who was bewitched by these bald donkeys here, embarking on the evil path of becoming enemies with the demon domain. If you mend your ways and join the war demon clan, it'll be quite the story. Battle Devil Hun added. He believed that Li Qingshan would make the right choice. Whenever the demon domain invaded, there would always be a lack of guides like him. I wonder what kind of position I'll receive if I join your side? Li Qingshan asked. In the vanguard, you'll be second only to me, said Battle Devil Hun. However, he was the only one who could control the army, so there was no difference. That doesn't sound very tempting. Li Qingshan shook his head. Although Chengqi had also said he was second only to me, his status was nowhere near as great as Battle Devil Hun's. He smiled. What if I want to replace you? You. Killing intent flashed across Battle Devil Hun's face. All right, very well. You're still trying to buy time when you've already come this far? But I'm the same. You'll definitely lose this battle. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to raise your head and take a look. In an instant, the illusion of Qing province was gradually infected by the demonic qi. In the illusion, an oriole was chirping on a branch. Its feathers suddenly turned pitch black, and its body twisted and expanded. It let out a mournful cry that was no longer pleasing to the ears. The other mountains, vegetation, flowers, birds, fishes, and insects all began to demonify. The demon kings approached the green province cauldron closer and closer. The black scar that represented the demon cauldron on the cauldron grew larger, and vein-like patterns spread out. The demon folk army had already reached the city walls. Although they had been disturbed by the bell and slowed down drastically, they still approached the illusion of the green province. As long as they surged forward, Li Qingshan would never be able to stop them, and the illusion of the Green Province would not be able to suppress them either. This battle would be considered a defeat. The Dauntless Monk and the Dauntless Monk flew several hundred kilometers away from Great Buddha Mountain before breaking free from the pursuit of a few demon kings. They were both exhausted and covered in wounds. The other two monk kings were already dead. They had blown up their sariras to stop the advance of the demon folk army, creating a chance for them to survive. However, within the surging demon qi, even the light from their explosions seemed so feeble. They looked at Great Buddha Mountain reluctantly. Don't tell me we've really lost? Li Qingshan was completely unworried. He yawned and stretched. You'll definitely lose this battle. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to listen carefully. Chapter 11:26. The golden star on the horizon lit up before turning into a golden streak that tore through the sky. What's that? It's so fast. The unraging monk and the dauntless monk were surprised. They had never seen such a swift streak of light in their lives. What was even stranger was that the golden light was vaguely similar to the Buddhist light. Had other Buddhist cultivators come to reinforce them? In the next moment, they also heard cicadas. They looked at one another. Don't tell me, the Golden Cicada Spirit King. The first to mention this name was actually the war demon Hun, which demonstrated just how deep his understanding of the 9 provinces was. His expression was rather stern, but he said in disdain, "What a joke. Do you really think you can turn defeat into victory just by being a mere demon king? You'll know once you try," Li Qingshan said. The golden light paused and stopped above Great Buddha Mountain. The golden eyes gazed down at the mountain, but they did not spread their wings or fly into the sky. Only the cicadas' cries grew louder and louder, almost shrill. The war demon's roar suddenly stopped. The cicada's cries seemed tangible, pouring into his mouth and blocking all other sounds. His body glowed with golden light. The bell immediately grew clear again. For a moment, the demonic army fell into chaos. They began killing one another again. Blood flowed like rivers, raining down from the sky. The gigantic war demon shuddered and immediately blurred, collapsing even faster within the cicada's cries. Attack! Anyone who hesitates will be executed without mercy. The war demon Hun ordered. The demon kings ignored the power of the laws of the world and charged towards the green province cauldron as hard as they could despite the lightning, thunder, hail, and rain. The green province cauldron became more and more contaminated by the demon chi. It could no longer suppress the surging demon chi anymore. Instead, it was pushed upwards. Even Chu Lai King could not hold on any longer. There was a flash of golden light. A handsome, young monk descended from above, standing on the green province cauldron. His kasaya fluttered in the wind, giving off an air of nobility that surpassed the green province. He brought his palms together and chanted Amitba. His clear voice turned into a ring of golden light and swept out. The dozen or so demon kings were all sent flying, even suppressing the demon chi's contamination. The cicada's cries never stopped. The war demon Hun also charged over with the other demon kings, his horse galloping. Unstoppable. Li Qingshan stood with his saber horizontally. He could not let them step into the illusion of Qingzhou. Although the golden cicada spirit king's current realm was high, he had already consumed a lot of power when he was going through the tribulation just now. It was impossible for him to compete with so many demon kings in terms of energy consumption. Suddenly, a black figure floated beside him and formed a human figure. He stood beside Li Qingshan with his sword in hand. Li Qingshan gave him a sidelong glance. "Are you all right?" He didn't expect the Dragon King of the Sea to answer, but to his surprise, the Dragon King of the Sea said, "Very well." "That's good." Li Qingshan laughed. The two demon monarchs raised their sabers and swords at the same time, facing the demons. Earth force field. Li Qingshan's eyes were bright and dark, with himself as the center. The surrounding force field kept changing, contracting, and expanding, causing the demon kings to move forward and backward involuntarily. Although they couldn't focus their power on a single demon king to completely control their movements, they were able to instantly tear apart the encirclement. This caused a subtle time difference in the joint attack. The fastest was still Battle Devil Hun. His legs had already disappeared. He faintly merged with the demon horse beneath him. Man and horse as one, he slashed with his sword. Die! At this moment, if Li Qingshan gave up on controlling the force field and allowed the demon kings to display their advantage in numbers, victory would be decided in an instant. But if he didn't care about it, the power of the sword would definitely not be able to withstand it head-on. The black shadow floated over. Mo Wuhan turned his body and waved his sword to meet the Battle Devil Hun. That 3 feet green sword seemed so weak compared to the huge sword, but at the moment when the two swords collided, the black color spread out, following the huge sword to the Battle Devil Hun, pulling him into the painting. This was the Dragon King of the Sea's ultimate skill, Thousand Autumns painting. The reaction of the Demon Kings was also extremely fast. At the moment when they were disturbed by the Earth's force field, they displayed their strongest ultimate skills. Hundreds of eyes split open on their bodies, or condensed dark purple light balls between the 3 sharp horns on the top of their heads, and so on. The terrifying demonic light that was enough to destroy a mountain pounced over like a landslide or a tsunami. The Dragon King of the Sea dragged Battle Devil Hun into the painting. Although he had the absolute advantage, he couldn't move freely anymore. And, even if he could move, the Qingzhou cauldron couldn't. Chu Lai King had obviously reached his limit. Little and focused on activating the Chaos Soul Bell while the Golden Cicada Spirit King used the cicadas chirping to suppress the Battle Devil Hun while dealing with more than 10 Demon Kings. It was already very difficult. If there were more than 10 Demon Kings, the illusion of Qingzhou would definitely be broken. After the Demon Kings were demonized, although they didn't look like humans and looked more like demons, but in terms of scheming and craftiness, they were even stronger than ordinary human cultivators. This joint attack was determined to succeed. If anyone dared to block it, they would be annihilated in the face of this overwhelming power, regardless of whether they had bones of steel or a painting of 1,000 years. The Earth's force field had a strong effect on any physical object. However, the effect was not so obvious on light waves and airflow. However, Li Qingshan had always been very comprehensive. He stood guard in front of the illusion of the Green Province without taking a single step back. His eyes suddenly became calm, as deep as the ocean. The terrifying demonic light was reflected in them. He spread his arms, and a smooth mirror surface unfurled before him. Last radiance of the setting sun. However, the terrifying demonic light bombarded the mirror, causing it to distort and cave in. It couldn't withstand such a fierce attack and started to crack. Li Qingshan frowned and struck out with his palm. Return! Boom! With a loud bang, the mirror shattered and the demonic light exploded. The airwaves swept out for thousands of miles and cleared the heaven and earth. The surging demon chi was suppressed, and most of the mountain peak of Great Buddha Mountain was devoured by the demonic light. The Green Province cauldron was knocked high into the air by the shockwave. At least it was not directly attacked, so the illusion of the Green Province could be maintained. The painting shattered, and the war demon broke free. His body had already completely merged with the warhorse. He swung his sword and charged over without the slightest hesitation. Half of Li Qingshan's bones were exposed. He swung his blade and cut through the demonic light. Again! The cries of cicadas, the chimes of bells, battle cries, roars. All sorts of sounds gathered together and merged together, shaking up the surroundings. Buddhist light, demon chi, blade aura, sword light. All sorts of colors crisscrossed, flickering as they collided and dissolved. This was the collision of two worlds, but under the swaying of the chaotic soul bell, the demon folk army was on the brink of collapse very soon. The chaotic soul bell was originally more suited for dealing with ghouls. They were either walking corpses or possessed no bodies, so it was easy for them to fall into chaos. If it were used against regular cultivators, the effects would be drastically reduced. However, the twisted and absurd way of thinking that demon folk were born with made their very nature twisted and chaotic, which was why they were able to achieve something like this. Little and tried fusing the Buddhist supreme technique, the chant of Devanaga, into the chimes to further restrain himself. The first to collapse was the war demon over 3,000 meters tall. As the demon folk army descended into a chaotic battle, it was no longer able to maintain its body, collapsing into surging demon chi. The cries of cicadas suddenly became louder and louder. A strand of coiling golden light seeped out of the surging demon chi like a soaring dragon or snake. It turned into over a dozen strands of golden light and pierced through the demons. Even the demon kings could not respond in time. They all shuddered and were immobilized. Chapter 11:27. How could Li Qingshan let go of such a good opportunity? The tiger stripes on his face spread and formed a king character on his forehead. His hostility soared to the sky as he performed the tiger demon's fury. At the same time, he was still in the state of battle demon's possession and fanatic's end. Break! The demon fighter flew out with a look of disbelief as if he had been punched in the face. In a trance, Li Qingshan's figure disappeared and turned into a tiger demon with a blade in its mouth. He drew a red light, and in the next moment, he returned to his human form. He had already retracted his magical power. His bones were full of cracks and his body was on the verge of collapse. He turned back and grinned. You've lost. Several demon kings were crushed and killed in one move. No! The demon fighter roared. They had such a great advantage. How could they lose to a few people? However, in the cultivation world, all power belonged to the individual. Quantity had never been able to compete with quality. Li Qingshan ignored the demon fighter's wails and said to Gu Yenying in the distance, "Are you here to watch the show? Seeing that you guys are united and can cut through metal, I thought I didn't need to do anything. But all right." Gu Yenying rushed to Great Buddha Mountain and had been standing far away. Seeing the Dragon King of the Sea and Li Qingshan joining forces to fight against the enemy, she couldn't help but sigh and feel gratified. At this moment, he opened his jade folding fan and waved it from top to bottom, attracting the astral wind from outer space. Then, he waved it from bottom to top, raising the hot wind of hell and blowing it towards the group of demons. The golden cicada spirit king stood on the Qingzhou cauldron with no sadness or joy on his face. The invisible sound was like a golden light shuttling back and forth. Wherever it went, the demon kings trembled. Only a powerful battle demon like the demon fighter could barely resist the invasion of the cicada's sound. The wind whistled and the cicada's loud and clear sound. The situation was gradually reversed. Li Qingshan felt the blazing phoenix fire in his heart rapidly healing the injuries on his body. If it was in the past, he could barely make one move by activating the state of triple burst. His body would immediately collapse. However, the fact that he was able to withdraw from this state after such a long and arduous battle was a testament to his strength. His Phoenix Nirvana Sutra was only a hair's breadth away from the 5th level. Once he broke through to the 5th stage of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, not only would he have another chance to use the Phoenix's Nirvana Sutra, but he would also be able to hold on for a while longer. Instead, he had completely balanced his 4 heavenly fiend god transformation, and his strength would reach a whole new realm. This battle was the key to breaking through. Unknowingly, the ringing gradually faded away. Almost all of the devil army had fallen into a frenzy. More than half of them were dead or injured, and the rest were still killing each other fiercely. Rivers of blood flowed everywhere. If there was no external intervention, it would be impossible for them to regain their consciousness. Little and heaved a sigh of relief and put away the Chaos Soul Bell. With a wave of his left hand, the skull prayer bead spun and formed the skeleton fiend formation surrounding the Qingzhou cauldron. They blocked the attacks of the demon kings and resisted the invasion of the demonic qi, protecting the tottering Qingzhou cauldron. With a wave of his right hand, a river of blood surged out from the blood sea banner. It hung upside down and sucked the million demofolk into it. First, it used the dead to fuel the water, before devouring the living, growing larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, the river of blood expanded by 100 times, surging like a dragon of blood. Even the demon generals and demon commanders could not escape the fate of being devoured. Then, it soared back and coiled around the Green Ruins illusory realm, protecting the Green Province cauldron like a fortress. Little and wrapped his hands around the air and slowly coiled them. The endless sea of blood and the skeleton fiend formation clashed. Only now did the demon kings attacking the Qingzhou cauldron realize the situation. They wanted to charge out, but they discovered that the sky was filled with the color of blood and fire. The devil army of 1,000,000 was stripped of their flesh and blood in the sea of blood, reduced to skeletons. With a series of whooshing sounds, the skull prayer beads surged towards them. The skull prayer beads would turn into skeleton fiends from time to time, cackling as they lunged towards them. This sight was basically like the cycle of reincarnation in hell. It left the demon kings pale in shock. Shu Lai King gazed at Little Anne's back. The blood sea banner ruffled, the white monk's robes billowed, and her long hair drifted in the wind. Her figure was not particularly large, but it possessed the supreme dignity of ruling over everything. Suddenly, he felt like it was unreal. "This is my daughter." A strange light flashed through the golden cicada spirit king's eyes too. He doubted whether he had made the right decision in luring her to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. However, he immediately dismissed this thought. He could sense that the Buddhist nature she possessed was not fake. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk watched this unfold. They had no idea what to say. The effects of the bell were powerful, but it was still invisible after all. It did not possess such a great impact. Was this the power of the enemy of Buddha? Senior brother, this enemy of Buddha is probably not something we can deal with, but looking at her words and actions, she doesn't seem like the enemy of Buddha. The unraging monk deliberated over his words. He was open-minded and unconstrained. He would not simply treat her as the enemy of Buddha just because of the path of white bone and great beauty. Whether she's the enemy of Buddha or not has nothing to do with us anymore. Even if the imperial advisor of the left comes in person, what can we do? The dauntless monk shook his head helplessly. Coupled with the extremely vicious Li Qingshan, who could still deal with her? Who would still be bold enough to deal with her? Buddhism was particular about fearless sacrifice, but that was not just throwing away one's life for nothing. And, just like what the unraging monk had said, she was not like the soaring locust king, massacring the masses and massacring them. In the blink of an eye, the tables were turned. The demon kings were cut down one by one, turning into a part of the boundless sea of blood. Little and gave up on her control over the skull prayer beads, allowing them to attack freely as skeleton fiends. She gripped the blood sea banner with both hands and leapt up, swinging it hard. A fan-shaped streak of blood-red light swept through the sky, and the two demon kings vanished. The blood sea banner danced about in her hand. Streaks of blood-red light swept through the sky, and the demon kings fell into the blood sea banner one by one, struggling and tossing about in the blood sea banner. The sticky blood stuck to their bodies firmly, spreading throughout their entire bodies. If they wanted to break free, they would have to contend against the entire sea of blood. Skeletons of various sizes crawled all over their colossal bodies after demonification, nibbling away at them bit by bit like ants swallowing elephants. The blood sea banner's effects had always been extremely limited. Although it could create a space of its own, the first thing she needed to do after obtaining resources was to increase her cultivation, then refine the Buddha slaying sword, and then the skull prayer beads. The resources given to the blood sea banner were negligible, so it was unable to unleash much of its effects. However, after devouring an army of 1,000,000 demons, the blood sea banner's power reached an unprecedented level. It demonstrated the terrifying might of the boundless sea of blood, the shore of which there is no turning back. Under the support of the Golden Cicada Spirit King and Gu Yenying, Li Qingshan and the Dragon King of the Sea had slain over a dozen demon kings consecutively. The War Devil Hun had basically become all alone, no longer as mighty as when he first arrived. Right now, whether or not he could break free had even become a problem. Why is it like this? The War Devil Hun was filled with reluctance. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in his ear. Do you want to win? Who are you? Come, refine me. Kill them all. A strange, twisted sword shot out of thin air, appearing before the War Devil Hun. He grabbed the hilt instinctively. Chapter 11:28. Oh no! Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. Originally, he thought the Forsaken Immortal Sword had probably fled to the demon domain after not appearing for so long, but he never expected it to still appear, and at the most critical moment. Shu Lai King and the others who had witnessed the Forsaken Immortal Sword's power all shuddered inside. They experienced an ominous feeling as if a great disaster was about to befall them. In the cultivation community, absolute disparities in strength were often not something numbers could make up for. For example, an army of 1,000,000 demon folk was nothing before little N. The Forsaken Immortal Sword's own strength had already surpassed Li Qingshan and the others. If the Battle Demon Hun was added to the mix, it would probably reach an unimaginable level. Stop him. Li Qingshan lunged over, and little and followed from the left and right. The terminal wildflower blade and the Buddha slaying sword slashed down at the same time. The edges of the blades revolved with black shockwaves, and the edges shone with golden light. Either one of them could easily kill a demon king. Come, refine me. You'll possess unprecedented power. The Forsaken Immortal Sword's enticing voice echoed through the Battle Demon Hun's head. The reason why it hadn't made a move and had endured until now was because as a sword, even if it possessed extraordinary strength, it had to bear the innate shackles. It had to be wielded by someone. Regardless of whether it was the sword master or the sword slave, there had to be someone to hold the hilt of the sword. With its own strength, it could reign supreme for a time, but it could not sustain a prolonged battle. Just now, after destroying the Demon Suppression Tower, it had basically used up all the power it had obtained from Elder Tian. If it struck out recklessly, it would be in danger of being captured, which was why it had hidden itself in the demon cavern. It was waiting for an opportunity. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. You want me to be your sword slave? The Battle Demon Hun was filled with caution. He could sense the abnormality of the sword in his hand. It was definitely not a weapon that a demon king could casually wield. No. It's just a partnership. If we work together, killing all of these people is nothing difficult. Or, do you want to die here for nothing? Do you want to become a great joke, a pitiful failure? The Forsaken Immortal Sword's soul spared no effort in persuading him. It was filled with urgent desire. This fighting devil mix was simply the best choice. His strength was more than a level higher than Elder Tion's, and he could unleash even more of its power. At the same time, he did not have the ability to become the sword master, so he could find an opportunity to turn him into a sword slave during the intense battle. It was not a difficult task. If it was a normal day, no matter what, Battle Devil Hun would not easily refine the abandoned immortal sword. In other words, no demon king would take such a risk. Even if they wanted to refine it, they would have to be fully prepared. No one was willing to become a sword slave and end up being devoured by the sword. However, in the current situation, there was no time for hesitation. The communication was completed in the blink of an eye. As the sword and saber slashed down, he said decisively, "All right." He tossed aside the large sword in his hand, which turned to dust in midair. He gripped the abandoned immortal sword tightly with both hands, and it suddenly gave off a dazzling demonic light. Boom! The terminus frenzied flower blade and the Buddha slaying sword slashed at the demonic light at the same time. The demonic light suddenly transformed into a sword light that expanded and contracted indefinitely. It was actually able to resist the sharp edge of the blades. It was the forsaken immortal sword light. Your time of death has come. The voices of Battle Devil Hun and the forsaken immortal sword soul overlapped, and the surrounding void distorted and collapsed. Countless tiny cracks appeared. Li Qingshan's expression became increasingly solemn. This meant that Battle Devil Hun's power had already surpassed the limits of what this world could contain. If it were not for the fact that they were above the demon's lair, it would definitely have caused a huge change in the weather. He had only seen such a scene when Xiangqi had descended little and waved the blood sea banner, sweeping them into the sea of blood. The boundless sea of blood surged, and layers of it piled up to form a semi-sphere that enveloped them in the center. Countless skeletons surged forward, but before they could even approach, they were shattered by the expanding and contracting sword light. Little and did not expect the blood sea banner to be able to deal with Battle Devil Hun. He only hoped that it could slightly delay Battle Devil Hun from refining the abandoned immortal sword. "How is it?" Li Qingshan asked. "It's no good. The blood sea banner can't trap him, and we can't stop him from refining the sword. It won't take long." Before Little and had even finished speaking, the blood sea banner erupted with streaks of light. The sea of blood exploded loudly, and a streak of light rushed out in an unstoppable manner. Once Battle Devil Hun broke free, cutting through the illusion of the green province that was on the brink of collapse would be a piece of cake. Even the golden cicada spirit king would not be able to stop him. Once the illusion of the green province was broken, the demon's lair would no longer be suppressed. Very soon, the region of 500 kilometers would be reduced to demonic soil. Let alone defeating Battle Devil Hun, even breaking free would be difficult. As for the Dragon King of the Sea, Li Qingshan, Little, and the Golden Cicada Spirit King, they were still fine. They all had their own methods to protect themselves, but Chu Lai King, the Dauntless Monk, the Unraging Monk, and Gu Yenying would probably die here. Even the monks of the monastery who had yet to make it too far away, or even all the living creatures within a range of 500 kilometers, would fall into the demon's claws. Were the humans and demons of the Green Province still unable to stop the invasion of the demon domain after a bitter battle? If we want to break free, we have to do it now. It'll be too late if we hesitate any longer, said Little, and everyone, please back away. I'll deal with him, said the Golden Cicada Spirit King. Fellow Golden Cicada probably isn't this demon's opponent. Li Qingshan was still being polite when he said that. The Golden Cicada Spirit King had just failed his tribulation in the first place. First, the soaring Locust King's claw pierced his heart, and then he went through a great battle. At the same time, he had to help Chu Lai King suppress the demon Qi. He had already reached his limits. It was impossible for him to be Battle Devil Hun and the immortal Forsaken Sword's opponent. There's always a way. The Golden Cicada Spirit King's handsome face was indifferent. Though, we'll probably have to destroy fellow Little An's arcane treasure. Don't tell me you're thinking of. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. The Golden Cicada Spirit King was clearly determined to die, wanting to drag the Battle Devil Hun down with him. Perhaps he had already made up his mind before coming here. Was he going to sacrifice himself for his cause and save the world, or was he going to give an explanation to the soaring Locust King? Perhaps it was both. Looking around, the situation on their side was not optimistic. There was no need to mention Chulai King and the others. Though the Dragon King of the Sea had an undying body, his power was also extremely weak. Little End, on the other hand, had conserved most of his power. He was even stronger than when he had first arrived, but it was difficult for him to fight against an opponent whose power far surpassed his. Especially after the Battle Devil Hun had refined the immortal Forsaken Sword, his swordsmanship was so strong that it was impossible for him to be struck by the Buddha-slaying sword. Perhaps only he, who had the last frenzied flower saber, could compete with him. Seeing the sword light in the Blood Sea banner getting brighter and brighter, this might be the only way. The Golden Cicada Spirit King walked towards the Sea of Blood. There was no fear of death on his face. There was not even the solemnity of sacrifice. Instead, there was a hint of relief. Wait! A tall figure stopped the Golden Cicada Spirit King. Li Qingshan said, "Fellow Taoist, you've cultivated so hard. How can you give it up so easily? Everyone, think of a way to suppress the demon's den. I'll be back soon." Saying so, he stepped into the Sea of Blood, facing the Battle Devil Hun and the immortal Forsaken Sword. Chapter 1129. Fellow Qingshan. The Golden Cicada Spirit King was mildly surprised. Chulai King and the others were stunned as well. Li Qingshan was all alone, so how could he contend against the battle demon spirit that had refined the Forsaken Immortal Sword? Or perhaps, not a single person or demon here could do that. That was basically no different from committing suicide. He has his own confidence. Little N said, but she seemed more like she was comforting herself. There was probably no one in the world who worried about Li Qingshan more than her, but there was also no one who trusted Li Qingshan more than her. She sucked in a gentle breath. Everyone, please suppress the demon cavern quickly. The unraging monk was the first to step forward. He used the demon suppression statuary and lifted a demon suppression tower high into the air. It grew larger and larger until it became like a small mountain, hurling it towards the demon cavern desperately. Stimulated by the demon chi, the demon suppression tower doubled in size again, crushing down viciously. However, compared to the colossal demon cavern, it still seemed much smaller. The Golden Cicada Spirit King brought his palms together and unfurled his cicada wings. He trembled like a golden mist, and the chirping of cicadas rang out once more, spreading out like it was tangible. The dauntless monk, Gu Yenying, and even Jin Fugue, Yuliang, and the others who had arrived afterwards exerted their strength together, powering the black sand and atmospheric winds to suppress the churning demon chi. Chulai King ingested a pill and slowly pushed the Green Province cavern down. But at this moment, the demon chi suddenly surged even more violently, lifting up the Green Province cavern instead. Clearly, a powerful demon folk had taken action in the demon chi on the other side of the demon cavern. Afterwards, battle cries rang out in the demon cavern again. Everyone's expressions changed. Only then did they remember that the army of the demon domain they had annihilated with everything they had was only the vanguard. Now, everyone was utterly exhausted. Even the Green Province cavern was on the verge of collapse from the demon chi. They could not help but feel a hint of despair. How were they supposed to stop them this time? Little N sucked in a deep breath and said loudly, "Your Majesty, you've watched the battle for so long. Can you show yourself?" Chulai King's heart shivered. He followed Little N's gaze. At the far end of the world, there was a floating mountain of clouds. Following Little N's voice, the mountain of clouds gradually dispersed, leaving nothing behind. However, the rainbow light in the air quickly twisted and trembled, revealing a shimmering silver dragon king. It was heading straight for Great Buddha Mountain. Everyone was above the demon cavern where the two worlds intersected. Their senses were heavily affected, and they were focused on fending off the demon folk, so none of them actually sensed it. Chulai King felt bitter in his heart. This was really a case of when it rains, it pours. The Green Province was plagued with so many disasters. The long-awaited reinforcements from the Dragon Province never came. Instead, their mortal enemies came. The Silver Dragon King approached, and the King of Southern Yu announced loudly, "Chu Lai King, the Chu Empire's end has arrived." The expressions of the dauntless monk, Yu Weiyong, Jin Fugue, and so on changed too. "Your Majesty, assist me in suppressing the demon cavern." Little and did not seem to hear the King of Southern Yu's declaration of war. "What did you say?" The King of Southern Yu was taken aback, but he was also amused. "Fellow Little and, didn't you hear me? I've come to destroy the Chu Empire. Even if I've helped you just now, don't push your luck." If it were not for the fact that he was hiding in the Cloud Mountains and saw the terrifying might of Little An's attacks, he would have directly attacked her and shown her his determination to destroy the Chu Empire. He waved his hand. "Since you've already converted to Buddhism, this has nothing to do with you. You better back off to one side. Father, please pass on the throne to me. Please pass the throne to me." Shan turned to fierce King Chu and said, "All right." Chu Lai King did not hesitate at all. Right now, the only person who could save the Chu Empire was his daughter. As long as he could protect the legacy of his ancestors, it did not matter whether she was the enemy of Buddha or the child of Buddha. From today onwards, Princess Dark Moon shall inherit the position of King Chu. She shall be known as the Dark King of Chu. Dark King of Chu. Little and murmured before saying to the King of Southern Yu, "It has something to do with me now." "You're forcing my hand." The King of Southern Yu frowned. "Have you come this time to take over the Green Province, Your Majesty?" Little and asked. The King of Southern Yu sank into thought. No, the Green Province was much smaller than the Mist Province. Its resources were not as plentiful as the Mist Province either. Even its greatest advantage, its population, had declined drastically after the disaster. However, before this, the King of Southern Yu was still very interested in ruling over the Green Province. Not only was this the ambition of the previous kings, but the population only needed a century to recover. However, after witnessing the sights of the Myriad Ghosts Abyss and Great Buddha Mountain, he had already completely changed his mind. He had to fend off the attacks of the Hungry Ghost Realm and the Demon Domain at the same time. Only a complete idiot would be interested in ruling over the Green Province. "Then you've come to destroy the Chu Empire?" Little and asked again. "Exactly," said the King of Southern Yu. He had come all the way here not to destroy the Chu Empire. Was he here for a holiday? "All right, then in the name of the King of Chu, I declare that from today onwards, the Chu Empire no longer exists." "It has officially been destroyed," said Little and. Let alone the King of Southern Yu, even Chu Lai King was stunned. The Chu Empire that had existed for tens of thousands of years had actually been destroyed in the time it took to utter a single sentence? What do you mean by that?" the King of Southern Yu asked. "All right, you've already destroyed the Chu Empire. Are you satisfied with this result? Or are you saying you're determined to pull up the weeds by the roots, even killing me, the ruler of a destroyed empire?" Little and said. The King of Southern Yu smiled bitterly. "You should know that I've never wanted to become enemies with you and Qing Shan." "I don't agree," Chu Lai King said furiously. The Green Province cauldron trembled. "King of Southern Yu, if you want to destroy my Chu Empire, then let's perish together." It's not like my Yu Kingdom will be the first to suffer anyway." The King of Southern Yu obviously would not be threatened like that. Just as they were about to draw their swords, Little and called out, "All of you, shut your mouths." Her furious call that contained the chant of Devanaga rang out like a great bell, deafening even the deaf. "You two short-sighted fellows. You call yourselves kings in vain. What are you fighting over in the land of the Snail's Horn? The Demon Domain and the Hungry Ghost Realm have invaded at the same time. The 9 provinces are on the verge of destruction. Do you want to become ghouls or demon folk?" Little and had always been quiet and ethereal. Apart from Li Qingshan, no one had ever seen her angered before. Now that she was furious, the world fell silent. "Well said," the Golden Cicada Spirit King praised. "Please reconsider, fellow cultivators." "Fine then. You're the King of Chu after all." Chu Lai King was helpless. He calmed down his anger and also thought it through. The Kingdom of Chu was just a name at the end of the day. As long as the Ji clan was preserved, couldn't they restore the kingdom? The King of Southern Yu also considered Little An's words. Neither the hungry ghost realm nor the demon domain were easy to deal with. When demons and ghouls ran amok, even if the Mist Province wanted to remain safe, it would be impossible. Fine then. I've come to help you suppress the demon cavern. I'm just helping you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Little and bowed and thought to herself, learning how Qingshan speaks from time to time seems to be quite useful. She was not actually angry. She was already prepared to leave. Although she was merciful and wanted to suppress the demon cavern and save countless lives, even if the entire 9 provinces were added together, they were not as important as Li Qingshan alone. Chapter 1130. As soon as Li Qingshan stepped into the sea of blood, flashes of light filled his vision. He instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, and stabbing pain followed closely. The edge of the sword pierced his arms, and the tip plunged into his chest. His skin turned light green, and the muscles on his arms bulged. He used the strength of the ox demon to block the sword light. You dare to come and die. Battle Devil Hun and the abandoned celestial sword's voice overlapped, their eyes filled with killing intent. Li Qingshan looked at them calmly. Even if you become a slave and lose your sense of self, do you still have to win? Battle Devil Hun's heart trembled. His compatibility with the abandoned celestial sword was disrupted. No one would be willing to become a slave, let alone a sword. Shut up! The sword pierced deeply into Li Qingshan's body. Even the ox demon forges its skin couldn't block it, and cracks appeared on it. As an enemy, you are not worthy of my respect. Li Qingshan grinned, full of contempt. Die! Battle Devil Hun roared, pushing Li Qingshan forward. The abandoned celestial sword's chi exploded, mincing Li Qingshan's organs and crushing his indestructible tiger bones. The sword light flashed, and Li Qingshan passed by. Li Qingshan glanced back, and his body shattered loudly, turning into phoenix flames that filled the sky. With a phoenix cry, the phoenix danced, and the flames retracted, turning back into Li Qingshan's body. A pair of red eyes stared at Battle Devil Hun, as if saying, "It's not over yet." Battle Devil Hun held his sword and stood on his horse, casting aside all other thoughts. In his eyes, there was only Li Qingshan's existence. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill him. Let's see how many times you can resurrect. Every time you resurrect, I will kill you. Every time you resurrect, I will kill you 10 times, until your soul is destroyed and you are beyond redemption. Nirvana rebirth was a powerful divine ability, but in the face of absolute power, it was just a matter of time. Li Qingshan also understood and smiled. Don't worry, this is the last time. One more time and he would turn into an egg, which was no different from being killed. This was also the limit of the number of Nirvana rebirths he could achieve as a demon king. Even if he broke through to the 5th layer of the Phoenix realm, it would not increase. This was the true, final battle. Then die. Battle Devil Hun waved his sword. The twisting and changing sword aura shot towards Li Qingshan from an unimaginable angle. Clang! Li Qingshan cut through the streak of light with his blade. His mind was as tranquil as the ocean. Only with the divination of the spirit turtle and his instincts for battle did he manage to block the attack. The strange sword chi it contained made his whole body tremble. The next moment, the real sword edge slashed in front of him, almost without any warning. The spirit turtle's profound shell appeared and shattered. Ox demon forges its hide, tear. The edge of the sword collided with the tiger bone, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Only when the tip of the sword pierced into the tiger's bone did it stop. Boom! Li Qingshan fell into the sea of blood, stirring up huge waves. Battle Devil Hun followed him like a shadow. The sea of blood surged over, shattering when it came within 300 meters of him, spraying blood everywhere. The skulls cackled as they assembled into the skeleton demon formation, attempting to stop Battle Devil Hun. Battle Devil Hun did not even look at them. With a swing of the sword, the 3 skulls blocking his way were split in half silently. They erupted with surging samadhi flames of white bone, illuminating the gloomy sea of blood. Battle Devil Hun charged out of the sea of fire and laughed madly. What's wrong, Li Qingshan? Is this all you've got? How pitiful. It was no longer possible to tell whether this was Battle Devil Hun's voice or the Forsaken Immortal's voice. He swung his sword high into the air and swung down violently. The deep sea of blood was split in half by the twisting streak of light. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth as he stood within it. He swung his blade again, barely managing to block another attack. A crack appeared on the blade. "No, you're not his opponent." The wild flower sword soul could not help but say. "Are you afraid?" Li Qingshan smiled. The wild flower sword soul was speechless. As an Azura divine weapon, it was impossible for her to admit that she was afraid. She knew that as a weapon, she was destined to face such an outcome. But when the day came, she still wanted to continue living. She did not want to accept such a fate. "It's okay, I'm afraid too," Li Qingshan said calmly. He was also afraid of death. Who was not afraid of death? However, this was the path he had chosen, a path that would bet his life on. Even if he was afraid, he would not hesitate. Battle Devil Hun rapidly approached, like a god of death descending. The shadow of death enveloped him. This was the first time he had been so close to death since becoming a Monster King. However, his heart blazed with the desire to live. So he flapped his wings and soared into the sky, brandishing his blade as he did his best to meet Battle Devil Hun. Xiaoan was extremely nervous. She desperately powered the Blood Sea banner and Skull Prayer beads to interfere with the War Demon Hun's movements, but it was basically useless. She forcefully resisted entering the Sea of Blood, as she understood very well that it was impossible for her Buddha-slaying sword to land a hit on the War Demon Hun. Instead, she would be heavily injured by the Forsaken Immortal sword. Li Qingshan would be distracted, which would instead lead to negative effects. She unconsciously bit her lip, not even noticing that blood had seeped out. No, it was not enough. She had to become even stronger. The wild flower sword and the demon sword separated as soon as they came into contact. Li Qingshan was once again sent flying. A terrible wound appeared on his chest, spreading from his left shoulder to his right. It was so deep that bone could be seen. If it were not for the fact that his tiger bones were hard, he would have been cut in half. Before he could recover from his injuries, Battle Devil Hun followed him like a shadow. He was still a hair away from the 5th layer of the Phoenix transformation, but he had no time to consider where this hair was. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the heavens and earth, containing incomparable rage. The Battle Devil banner fluttered against the wind. Blade light flashed. Li Qingshan unleashed his full power and fought with Battle Devil. The blade light and sword shadows blurred their figures. In the end, only the sword wheel and the blade wheel could be seen clashing fiercely. From the sky to the Sea of Blood, and from the Sea of Blood to the sky, waves of sharp air currents shattered the Sea of Blood and tore through the void. Die! 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 Battle Devil Hun roared crazily. His expression was twisted and crazed. He displayed the Forsaken Immortal sword's eccentric swordsmanship to its fullest. It was unknown how many times stronger he was than Elder Tian. In an instant, the Doomsday Frenzied blade was covered in sword marks. Li Qingshan was also covered in cuts and bruises. Blood splattered everywhere, turning into raging flames. Just maintaining this state of extreme power caused his body and soul to be on the verge of collapse. Death approached step by step. It was as if a dark abyss was dragging him into it, causing him to continuously fall. However, Li Qingshan felt that his heart was getting hotter and hotter. He was deeply rejecting death. The darker the darkness, the brighter the flames. The deeper he fell into the abyss, the more he spread his wings and soared. Die! Battle Devil Hun shouted. The edge of his sword cut through the blade wheel and ruthlessly slashed into Li Qingshan's body. Between life and death, a voice in Li Qingshan's heart became clearer and louder. It turned into a sonorous phoenix cry. Phoenix Nirvana, undying heart. The phoenix's wings suddenly spread out to their limits. The wingspan was astonishingly thousands of feet, and it glowed with a brilliant light. Phoenix transformation, 5th layer. Chapter 1131. The phoenix's glorious cry rang through the sea of blood, causing the millions of souls to experience a moment of peace as they gazed up at the undying divine bird. A flash of sternness flashed across the battle devil's face, which was immediately covered by madness and distortion. He swung his sword and cut through the sea of blood. The phoenix descended from above, pecking at the battle devil with its sharp beak. This was the blade in Li Qingshan's hand. The moment the blade and sword collided, dazzling light erupted and space shattered. With a rip, a huge gap appeared in the blood sea banner. Under the King of Southern Yu's assistance, everyone worked together to suppress the surging demon chi. The battle cries in the demon cavern grew louder and louder. At this crucial moment, the battle devil's appearance made everyone's expressions change. The strange, twisted, forsaken immortal sword was enough to instantly nullify all of their efforts. Li Qingshan suddenly tossed something high into the air, and a blood-red swirl blossomed in the air. It was the Azura field. He flew into it with a beautiful arc of light. The battle devil hesitated for a moment. In the past, he definitely would have destroyed Little and the others' plans to suppress the Azura field first, but now, the forsaken immortal sword's madness had already sunk deep into his heart. His killing intent and hatred towards Li Qingshan occupied his mind, so he charged into the Azura field right after him. His vision was covered in a layer of blood red. It was different from sinking into the sea of blood. Instead, it was a warrior song of blood. It called out the primal desire for slaughter in his heart, so his killing intent grew heavier and heavier. Li Qingshan stood with his back to him. The phoenix wings shrunk to normal size, and he exhaled gently. If the battle devil did not pursue him, then there would be nothing he could do. Are you finally afraid? Unfortunately, it's already too late. Once I kill you, I'll kill all the people you love and those who love you. You'll understand the consequences of opposing me. The battle devil smiled viciously as his killing intent surged. Before he had even attacked, the blood-red swirl in the sky began to spin rapidly, like a single eye watching the battle. Then come. Li Qingshan turned around. The tip of his sword was already several feet away from his nose, and he flapped his wings. He retreated rapidly, but the tip of his sword struggled to cross the several feet. It was so close that it seemed like the distance between them. After cultivating to the 5th layer of the phoenix, his speed was not inferior to the battle devil Hun's. However, this was only the beginning. A revolution was taking place. The tilted scales were slowly recovering their balance. Water and fire, the spirit turtle and phoenix, even the gods and demons, in the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had already retreated to the edge of the Azura field. He could no longer retreat or dodge. The forsaken immortal sword would easily tear the Azura field apart. He pressed his fingers together like a sword and pointed at the tip of the sword. Demo Hun's sinister smile became even sharper. The sharpness of the abandoned immortal sword was not something that could be blocked by flesh and blood. No matter how many divine arts he had, he would still be pierced by the sword. Li Qingshan didn't use any divine abilities. A wisp of flame ignited at the tip of his finger, and at the same time, a stream of water flowed out, coiling into the shape of a drill. Battle Devil Hun suddenly felt a strange power coming from the tip of the sword, which disintegrated his sword chi. He was shocked and became even more furious. He used all his strength and thrust his sword forward. Bang! It was as if thousands of fireworks had bloomed at the same time. In the resplendent light, Demo Hun flew back 5 kilometers. Li Qingshan crashed heavily into the invisible barrier behind him. A large crack appeared on the barrier. A drop of blood seeped out of the falling fingertip of his right hand. The sword chi pierced through his heart meridian and headed straight for his heart. Are you crazy? Use the blade, the wildflower blade soul roared. You'll shatter if you use it anymore. Take a break. Let me deal with the rest. Li Qingshan looked at the scarred end of the wildflower blade in his hand. He tossed it casually and it stabbed into a distant mountain peak. Accept your fate. Demo Hun swung his sword and pounced forward. Fate. Li Qingshan smiled. He brought his fists together and chanted, Ox, Phoenix, Tiger, Tortoise. Every word was incomparably solemn and heavy. It was as if they were separated by a long distance, but they were chanted in an instant. The illusions of ox demon, phoenix, tiger demon, and spirit tortoise appeared above and below him. They spun rapidly and formed a blurry circle of light. Li Qingshan felt power he had never felt before fill his body and soul. He had ox horns and ox hooves, phoenix wings and phoenix feathers, tiger teeth and tiger claws, turtle back and turtle eyes. All sorts of transformations gathered on him. In that moment, he was the ox demon and the tiger demon, the spirit turtle and the phoenix. But after balancing out all of his divine and demonic natures, he was still Li Qingshan. So he stretched out his left hand, and the unpredictable blade fell into his hand. Blood splattered everywhere, but he held it tightly. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. He punched Dumo Hun's shocked face. Boom! Dumo Hun smashed into the ground like a comet. The left side of his face caved in. He was utterly enraged. Li Qingshan did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he spread his arms and pursed his lips firmly. His muscles bulged, and the ground shook violently. Several hundred boulders flew into the air. As he clenched his fists, they rapidly compressed and condensed into fist-sized pebbles that revolved around him. Under Dumo Hun's shocked gaze, the entire Azura realm shook violently. With Li Qingshan at the center, wild winds whistled and flames blazed. Water surged into the sky, intertwining around him. They were earth, fire, wind, and water, the four origin substances of the world. At that moment, he seemed to dominate this world. Dumo Hun, your time of death has come, Li Qingshan declared. His voice contained the moos of the ox demon, the roar of the tiger demon, the cry of the phoenix, and the silence of the spirit tortoise at the same time. The entire Azura realm echoed. You've only won one move. Do you really think you can win this battle? Dumo Hun turned into a streak of light and rushed into the air. Li Qingshan raised his right arm, and a mountain rose from the ground. With a rumble, the streak of light pierced through the mountain. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and blew hard. Within the deafening roar of a tiger, wild winds whistled, and the streak of light gradually slowed down. The mountain behind him was blown away by the wild winds, turning into dust. The streak of light paused, and Dumo Hun's figure appeared again. He was blown away with an expression of disbelief. Li Qingshan flew up and pushed forward with his left hand. 5 sparks surged out from his fingers, turning into huge fireballs. They arced through the air and fell towards Dumo Hun like meteors. Dumo Hun galloped madly on his horse, but the meteors chased after him relentlessly. Even he dared not take the scorching heat head-on. He made a few sharp turns, and the 5 fireballs exploded one after another behind him, creating lakes of lava. Impossible! How can his strength increase to such a level in an instant? Dumo Hun cried out inside. An invisible force pressed down heavily on him, and the ground within a radius of 5 kilometers suddenly sank by several meters. In that instant, firelight illuminated his face, and a sphere formed from earth, fire, wind, and water descended from the sky. He used the forsaken immortal sword in a hurry, and his figure blurred, appearing 300 meters away. Boom! The sphere struck the ground, and a wave of earth surged out in all directions, covering a radius of 50 kilometers. Just now, it had calmed down and turned into a ring of mountains. The ground had completely changed. Chapter 1132. The war devil let out a hysterical roar. Li Qingshan's expression was indifferent. His eyes were filled with the light of divinity and devil. It was as if he had become one with the heaven and earth, bringing with him a lofty aura of the heaven and earth. There's something strange about this Li Qingshan, said the black warhorse. I'm afraid it has something to do with this realm. Let's kill our way out. Do you want to swallow the bitter fruit of failure? Do you want to be mocked by the other demon folk? Do you want more power? I just need some sacrifices. The forsaken immortal sword soul's voice echoed in Battle Devil Hun's mind. I must win, said Battle Devil Hun while gnashing his teeth. Suddenly, he swung his sword backward. Blood splashed everywhere, and a huge horse head flew into the air. It looked at Battle Devil Hun in shock and anger. In today's battle, there is only victory and no defeat. If you can't win, then only death awaits you. The war demon raised his celestial abandonment sword high up in the air. The twisted sword light swallowed the warhorse impatiently. The horse's head melted in the sword light before it even hit the ground, dyeing the blade with a layer of blood. A new power surged out of his body, and his demonic chi became stronger and stronger. It was able to fight against Li Qingshan in the sky as an equal. Li Qingshan watched indifferently until Dumo's demonic energy swelled to its peak. Only then did he say, "Are you ready? Die." The ground beneath Battle Devil Hun's feet split apart and soared into the sky. Li Qingshan descended from the sky, riding on the sphere formed by earth, fire, wind, and water. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. Two silhouettes froze in the sky. There were no divine arts or swordsmanship. There was only the violent collision of primitive forces. The wildly dancing sword wheel and the rings of earth, fire, wind, and water clashed thousands of times in an instant. The airflow and the halo rippled. It caused the entire Azura field to tremble. The blood-colored vortex in the sky spun rapidly. Suddenly, a small figure appeared from the depths of the vortex. He was wearing a red tutu and had his hair tied up in a bun. He was holding a slingshot in his hand. He looked like a little boy. Li Qingshan glanced around from the corner of his eye and thought, has an Azura king finally appeared? And he seems to be quite strong. Although he looked a little special, in the world of cultivation, appearances meant nothing. War Devil, on the other hand, was extremely fearful. After all, this was Li Qingshan's Azura field. If the Azura king joined the battle, if they came to help Li Qingshan, the situation would become very unfavorable. Sigh, there's no end to the fighting and killing. But this place isn't as weak as I thought. The little boy opened his lifeless, dead fish eyes. He didn't have the usual Azura's enthusiasm for fighting and killing. On the contrary, his interest waned. Not to mention participating in the battle, he didn't even have the interest to watch the battle. He sighed and looked away, making people wonder if he really belonged to the Azura tribe. He pressed his hands against the blood-colored vortex and struggled to free his legs. He descended from the sky, and the aftermath of the fierce battle swept through the Azura field. When it reached his side, it separated into two, unable to touch him at all. Yinxing hid in the void to avoid the aftershocks of the battle. When she saw the dark sun and moon pattern on the boy's tutu, she immediately revealed a look of shock. There's also an Azura sacrificial altar here. The little boy first landed on the Azura sacrificial altar, then flashed to the side of the last flower frenzy saber. He stood on his tiptoes and grabbed the saber handle to pull it out. I think it's called Last Flower Frenzy. Then, he flashed back to the Azura sacrificial altar. This time, the speed he displayed was not any slower than Li Qingshan and War Devil. In fact, he was even more relaxed. He was like a dead fish, lying on the Azura sacrificial altar. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the blood-colored vortex in the sky. He waved the Last Flower Frenzy saber in his hand a few times, looking extremely bored. Once again, people began to doubt his race. "Let go of me." The frenzy saber soul roared, and the saber blade trembled. However, after a bitter battle, it was unable to resist the grip of that small hand. "Sigh, I'm hated again." He casually threw the Last Flower Frenzy saber to the side and hugged the slingshot. "Little girl, you're still the best." "What the hell is this thing?" "Not good." Li Qingshan's indifferent eyes revealed a look of surprise. He found that the earth, fire, wind, and water around him had a trace of disharmony. His current posture not only came from his own strength, but also from his absolute control over the entire Azura field. In order to maintain this posture, he didn't even dare to use his supernatural powers. However, the appearance of this little boy caused a huge flaw in his control, even though he didn't do anything. How could War Devil let go of such a good opportunity? The edge of his sword cut through the rings of wind, water, and fire, chopping towards Li Qingshan with irresistible force. Li Qingshan waved his arms, and the surrounding stones stopped in front of him. He suddenly pushed with both hands, and the stones shattered into pieces, turning into a sandstorm. War Devil turned into a curved sword light, dodging at high speed, but he was still sucked into the sandstorm. Explosions resounded, and the ground was filled with smoke and dust. It was full of holes. When the smoke and dust dispersed, War Devil's body was badly mutilated. He grinned and said, "Li Qingshan, it's over. You can't win against me. You'll never win against me." After saying this, he raised the abandoned immortal sword high up and chopped at the void in front of him, trying to escape from the Azura field. "No, kill him first." War Devil's expression changed, and he stopped. "You idiot, I'll naturally kill him later. Right now, I need more sacrifices. Kill him." War Devil clenched his teeth, and his expression kept changing. He was arguing loudly with himself, as if he was suffering from schizophrenia. There was a huge difference between man and sword. It wasn't that War Devil was stupid, and he didn't understand the principle of being weak first and then strong later. Just now, in the intense battle, he could feel the will of the abandoned immortal sword's soul seeping into him, trying to enslave him. Just now, it had chosen to escape without his consent. This situation was very dangerous, and it was even worse than fighting with Li Qingshan. If the abandoned immortal sword obtained a large number of sacrifices, it would completely gain the upper hand. Only by fighting with Li Qingshan and continuously exhausting the abandoned immortal sword's power could he maintain the balance and avoid becoming a sword slave. External power really isn't that easy to borrow. Power that I can't control will only enslave me, Li Qingshan thought, but he didn't take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he shouted, "Hey, kid, go home." Only by chasing away this strange Azura child could he be confident that he could suppress War Devil in the Azura field. Otherwise, even if he won, it would be meaningless. "What does it matter to you?" The little boy turned around and lay down on the Azura sacrificial altar. "This is my territory. If you don't want to go home, then come help me. Otherwise, if this place is destroyed, you won't be able to stay," Li Qingshan said. "You're an Azura?" the little boy asked weakly. "I will be in the future." Li Qingshan let out a murderous aura. "I hate Azuras." The little boy picked his nose. "Aren't you an Azura too?" Li Qingshan asked. "I hate myself too." The little boy changed his finger and continued to pick his nose. "Fine, I'm actually a human. I hate humans more." The little boy put the nostril he had just picked up into his mouth and tasted it. Bah. It's like booger. I don't have booger." Chapter 1133. A strand of sword chi rushed into the air. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back, and the streak of light shot through the air, twisting and turning as it shot over. Battle Devil Hun and Celestial Abandoned Sword had reached a temporary agreement. They would kill Li Qingshan first. Li Qingshan frowned. He flapped his phoenix wings and took off into the air, flying towards the horizon and rushing towards the center of the blood-red swirl. He thought, the only thing I can do right now is send him into the Azura realm. Even if the chances aren't great, I can only try. Layers of bloody clouds passed by him. The blood-colored whirlpool was like a funnel hanging upside down in the sky. It was much deeper than it looked. The higher Li Qingshan flew, the narrower the surroundings became. The aura of the Azura realm became stronger, making people's killing intent boil in their hearts. As expected, Battle Devil Hun followed closely behind, constantly closing the distance between them. The whirlpool became narrower and narrower. There was not much room to move up. Li Qingshan turned to face Battle Devil Hun, preparing to use his innate divine ability. In the blood-colored whirlpool above his head, a single eye suddenly appeared. It was 10 miles in radius. The bright red color was like a bloody lake, and the pupil was even redder. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. What was this? Battle Devil Hun also paused and looked towards the sky. If this was not a monster with only one eye, then the figure of the owner of the eye could be imagined. That must be an unimaginably powerful existence in the Azura realm. Even with the invisible barrier of the domain, The gaze cast by the blood-red eyes seemed to have substance, filled with a frenzied murderous hostility, and seemed to be searching for something. How annoying! The little boy lay on the ground again and murmured. Under the gaze of the blood-colored eye, Li Qingshan felt the blood in his body boil. In an instant, the sense of threat it brought him was far greater than Battle Devil Hun's. He punched out almost instinctively. Black shockwaves roared and turned into interweaving cracks that tore the passage between the Azura realm and the Azura realm. It blocked the line of sight of the bloody eye. He still felt a lingering fear. Die! Battle Devil Hun seized the opportunity. The sword light split and turned, filling up the blood-red vortex and swallowing Li Qingshan. Behind him was the shattered void, and there was nowhere for him to retreat. The only thing he could do was to block the sword light. Once he lost the upper hand, he would fall into an extremely dangerous situation. At this time, the little boy bounced up from the Shura sacrificial altar and took out a stone from his waist pocket. He tightened the slingshot in his hand and shot it into the sky. In an instant, his entire aura changed. His decadence and melancholy were swept away, and a black light that could pierce through everything shot out from his eyes, causing the world to darken. That is indeed, hidden in the void, Yin Qing's vision was also shrouded in darkness. The remaining words were also swallowed up by the darkness. The darkness also covered Li Qingshan and Dumo's astonished expressions. In the deep darkness, it was as if he had experienced an eternity. Or perhaps it only lasted for a moment. When the darkness vanished, Battle Devil Hun's sword-wielding arm suddenly snapped. The severed arm gripped the Forsaken Immortal Sword firmly and continued flying towards Li Qingshan, but it had lost its original power. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The thing that had snapped Battle Devil Hun's arm was the stone the boy had shot out with a slingshot. It could be regarded as a sneak attack, but how could sneak attacks be so easy at their level of cultivation? Just now, the darkness was extremely strange. It was like a black curtain that had fallen down. Although it lasted for an extremely short period of time, it enveloped and obscured everything, obscuring Battle Devil Hun's senses. This was definitely not something a regular Azura king could use. Just where did this kid come from? He obviously would not miss out on such a great opportunity. With a single thought, he had already burst through the layers of light. He powered the force field of the world and sucked the Forsaken Immortal Sword into his hand. Gripping it firmly, he bellowed out, "Spirit Turtle suppresses the seas." Battle Devil Hun suddenly experienced unprecedented weakness. His severed arm grew back in the blink of an eye, returning to its original state. It was not a particularly severe injury. However, the stone did not just break his arm. His connection with the Forsaken Immortal Sword had been severed too. He gazed down in surprise and fury. The boy had returned to his original appearance, collapsing on the Azura altar of armaments. He murmured to himself, "Who told me to hate demon folk the most? Thanks." Li Qingshan laughed aloud and thanked him. The Forsaken Immortal Sword in his hand erupted with thousands of streaks of light. He was reluctant to be suppressed and felt like he could not hold on any longer. He sneered, and the muscles on his arm tightened, turning a faint green. He powered the power of tremors at full strength. The Forsaken Immortal Sword trembled violently, producing a series of resonances. Enveloped by the black shockwaves, the dazzling streaks of light constantly shattered. "If you resist again, I'll destroy you," Li Qingshan said sternly. No matter how tough the material the Forsaken Immortal Sword was forged from, it was impossible for it to contend against him now that it had lost its master, Sword Slave. The power of tremors was extremely destructive to solid objects. It was enough to completely shatter and destroy the Forsaken Immortal Sword after it ran out of power. All right. I can fight for you. I'll acknowledge you as the master of the Forsaken Immortal Sword. Stop. The soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword immediately gave in. As a sword, it was not afraid of failure. No matter who obtained it, they would need its power. It was reluctant to destroy it. However, just now, it could clearly sense that Li Qingshan was serious. He was filled with brutal determination. No matter how violently it twisted and twisted, its will to live remained. The Battle Devil was indeed astonishing. He did not try to take back the forsaken immortal sword. Instead, he attacked the void in front of him with all his might, preparing to escape. After the forsaken immortal sword was taken away, his mind became much clearer. He understood that he had no chance of winning this battle. There was no way he could kill Li Qingshan in his current state. However, this was not entirely a bad thing. At the very least, he had freed himself from the forsaken immortal sword. He did not have to worry about becoming a sword slave again. Wait until I return to the outside world and meet up with the army. Then, I'll fight him to the death. You want to leave? Li Qingshan flew down. The forsaken immortal sword soul said, "Refine me. You will obtain unprecedented power. Killing trash like this will be as easy as drinking water." Shut up. Most of Li Qingshan's strength was used to suppress the forsaken immortal sword, to prevent it from suddenly turning against him and fleeing. The power of the Azura field alone was not enough to stop the War Devil Hun from fleeing. Right when the War Devil Hun was about to flee, a bone sword appeared outside the Azura field, stabbing towards the War Devil Hun. The Battle Devil's heart went cold. He felt a sense of danger. The sword was covered in a layer of faint golden light, and it was extremely terrifying. However, Li Qingshan had already arrived. He clenched his teeth and condensed his chi into a sword to deflect the bone sword. Scram! The war demon charged out of the Azura field and brushed past Shaoan. He felt a slight pain in his waist. He had been cut by the edge of a sword. Such a small wound was not even worth mentioning. Even if the Buddha's light prevented the wound from healing, it was nothing. He would not die even if he was cleaved in half. Under his surging demonic chi, the Buddhist light was washed away in the blink of an eye. The wound was exposed, and death suddenly began to spread. His body stiffened, and he was pulled back into the Azura field by an invisible force. Chapter 1134. The battle demon was just like everyone else who had been struck by the Buddha slaying sword. He was in disbelief as he watched the pale white flame surge and spread. He felt as weak as a mortal. "You've lost," Li Qingshan said. "I've lost." In the final moment of life and death, the battle demon instead recovered his composure. The demon domain is determined to obtain the 9 provinces and the forsaken immortal sword. Very soon, you'll follow in my footsteps, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan gazed at the forsaken immortal sword in his hand and smiled. The demon domain is indeed very troublesome, but it can't be more troublesome than Qiongqi. Demon God Qiongqi. The battle demon was stunned. He stared at Li Qingshan deeply before being swallowed by the flames. A sliver of surprise flashed through the eyes of the boy who lay on the Azura altar of armaments like a corpse. He thought, "Qiongqi? That's indeed troublesome, but what does it have to do with me? Am I supposed to be less troublesome?" Little and stowed a ball of flames into his sleeve. Li Qingshan asked, "How's it going outside?" "It's all right. Let's go take a look." Then Li Qingshan told the boy, "Oi, stay here for a while. I'll talk to you later." However, he understood extremely well that with the great power this strange Azura king had demonstrated just now, no one could stop it from leaving the Azura field, not even him, the master of the Azura field. The boy lay there without moving at all. He said feebly, "Don't talk to me. I hate you." Outside the Azura field, the king of Southern Yu and Chu Lai King worked together, slowly suppressing the surging demon chi. It was all thanks to Little Ant's chaotic soul bell and the golden cicada spirit king's cicada cry that they managed to effectively disrupt the demon folk army. They managed to earn a lot of time. However, there were clearly powerful experts among the demon folk army as well. They rapidly approached Great Buddha Mountain. Strange. Why haven't the reinforcements from the Dragon Province arrived yet? Jin Fugue powered the surging black cloud sand. The Green Province was far away from the Dragon Province, but both the Hawk God Protector and the royal advisors of the left and right should have arrived a long time ago. Against the invasion of the demon domain, it would not be strange for the 3 directors and 9 ministers of the Dragon Province to set out together. Why was it that they had not shown up yet? There's no need to think about it. He won't come. The divine kingdom of the other folk has fallen because of demon folk. How can they follow in their footsteps? Gu Yenying said. The invasion of the demonic domain concerns all living beings in the 9 states. Who can stay out of it? Yu Yang frowned heavily. Unless they had no other choice, the other folk did not want to oppose the demon folk either. What if the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty has other plans? Gu Yenying shrugged. There was a hint of playfulness in his voice. Another plan? Jin Fugui was slightly taken aback. Xu Lai King and the others heard it as well. Gu Yenying was born in the Dragon Province. Her identity was extraordinary, and the people she came into contact with were members of the imperial family and nobility. Her information was far more abundant than a 10,000-year-old dragon like the Dragon King of the Sea. She even surpassed kings of a province like Chu Lai King and the King of Southern Yu. Her words could not help but raise many wild and fanciful speculations. The dauntless monk and the unraging monk exchanged glances. They had felt doubtful a long time ago as well. As the leader of the Buddhist sects in the world, the Lingua Temple ignored the appearance of the enemy of Buddha and the invasion of demon folk. It was extremely strange. Just what was brewing in the Dragon Province right now? However, they could not afford to consider that right now. Gu Yenying's words were equivalent to cutting off all possibilities of reinforcements. If it were not for the fact that the great cultivators were all people with unwavering willpower, they probably would have scattered already. The current situation had not taken a turn for the better. The roars and battle cries in the demon cavern drew closer and closer. Once the demon domain army killed their way out, no one would have the strength to fight them anymore. Your Majesty, we've already done everything we can. Why don't we retreat to the Mist Province? A great cultivator secretly suggested to the King of Southern Yu. What's done is done. There's no need to say anything more, the King of Southern Yu said firmly. The great cultivator said nothing more, but he was clearly rather displeased. When he struck out, he held back even more. The King of Southern Yu understood the temperaments of his honored guests. They were probably all displeased with his decision. If they did not take any risks, they could still lend a hand, but once the demon folk charged out, they would immediately request for retreat. And it was impossible for him to use his own resources to forcefully clash with the demon folk. He thought, Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan. I've really done everything I can. At this moment, Li Qingshan stepped out of the Azura field with the forsaken immortal sword in hand. He looked around and said loudly, I've slain the demon of the war. Everyone riled up with vigor. Some of them even found it rather unbelievable. Just how terrifying was the combination of the demon of the war and the forsaken immortal sword. Yet, Li Qingshan had actually slain and taken the sword away. Just how powerful was he right now? At this moment, the battle cries in the demon cavern were already inches away. The demon chi surged even more violently, struggling to suppress it. Li Qingshan passed the forsaken immortal sword to Little and, be careful not to let it escape. The path of the sword it contains truly is extraordinary. It's definitely on par with the sword scripture of heaven and earth. You can take a shortcut and comprehend it. With that, he leapt into the demon cavern. Little and gripped the forsaken immortal sword and immediately began refining it. As soon as the forsaken immortal sword left Li Qingshan's hand, it began to tremble violently before gradually fading away. It wanted to flee into space. Little and first stabbed the sword into the blood sea banner, then pulled it out. It was already coated in a thick layer of bloody light. He then activated the skull prayer beads, turning them into tiny skulls that bit tightly onto the blade of the sword. Finally, he hung the chaotic soul bell at the end of the sword hilt. The sword trembled and clanged. He did not forget to say, if you dare resist, I'll have Qingshan destroy you when we get back. These methods and those words were indeed effective. The forsaken immortal sword gave up on struggling and turned to threaten him. I'd advise you to obediently let go. Do you know what will happen to you if you want to become my swordmaster? Your mind will gradually become twisted, and your thoughts will become frenzied. In the end, you won't even be able to recognize yourself. Little and smiled. If you say that, then you must have sensed it. Great beauty and white bone, life and death, withering and flourishing. In the eyes of the world, her heart of white bone had always been an extremely twisted and frenzied existence. Even though she had coincidentally obtained a sliver of humanity during her cultivation, that was definitely not her true nature. If a mere sword soul wanted to shake the great will and great vow of the path of white bone and great beauty, it would be a fool's dream. The forsaken immortal sword soul was momentarily speechless. It muttered viciously, "Just what are the origins of these two?" Li Qingshan's figure swelled in the wind, turning into a towering ox demon. He swung his fists down. Boom, 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 boom. The demon cavern was in shambles, covered in crisscrossing spatial cracks. However, this was only a temporary measure. The surging demon chi clearly did not fear the slashes of space, and the cracks would eventually recover. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and leaned over the demon cavern. He murmured, "Spirit turtle transformation." Chapter 1135. Li Qingshan arched his back high into the air, turning into a five-colored turtle shell. His four limbs hung down like four huge pillars that held up the sky. However, the color of his body was as gentle as jade, shining with divine light. He sank down slowly, and the demon chi surged and dispersed. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas, remaining completely still. Everyone was speechless for a moment. They were stunned by this power. Boom! The huge spirit turtle that Li Qingshan had transformed into suppressed the demon cavern, pushing the power of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to the limit. He let out a deep roar, like a dragon's roar from the depths of the ocean. The demon folk army surged before the demon cavern, only to see a jade wall that glowed with divine light blocking their way. That idiot fighting demon Hun! His entire army has been wiped out. The commander of the demon army was a short, old woman. She was naked, but she was covered in red fur. Her withered face was filled with ruthlessness. She said to the demon kings behind her without even looking back, "Shatter him." In that moment, streaks of demonic light illuminated the entire demon cavern, shooting over. The red-haired old woman smiled viciously. The power of several dozen demon kings striking out together was so great that it could instantly destroy a mountain. Trying to block the demon cavern with their bodies was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, the jade wall suddenly flashed with a mirror-like luster, reflecting the demonic light back, which surged violently in the narrow demon cavern. The red-haired old woman's face changed, and she retreated backwards. Her retreat was not a big deal, so the demon kings retreated with her. Originally, it was not like they could not stop them with their strength, but none of them wanted to stand out. As a result, the demonic light whistled into the demon folk army. Countless demon folk were reduced to dust, suffering heavy casualties. Li Qingshan sniggered. Just like when he used the ox demon transformation, the spirit turtle's profound shell and the profound light illuminates all were his two great innate abilities. Their power had reached an unprecedented level, and he could use them freely like he was eating or drinking. The red-haired old woman flew into a rage. "All of you, get him. I'll definitely kill anyone who takes another step back." Seeing how her techniques were ineffective, the red fur all over her body surged, stabbing towards Li Qingshan like millions of needles. The demon kings rushed over too, attacking furiously. Li Qingshan felt an itch in his abdomen, followed by a violent vibration. If this went on, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Raising his head that resembled both a dragon and a snake, he asked Chu Lai King, "What are you waiting for, my friend?" "All right." Chu Lai King waved his sleeves and pointed downwards. The Qingzhou cauldron fell heavily, and with a loud bang, it pressed down on the turtle's back. Li Qingshan carried the mountain-like Qingzhou cauldron on his back. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he also felt that he was with the entire Qingzhou, forming a perfect whole. The mountains and rivers of the Qingzhou flashed past his peaceful eyes. Every mountain was his body, and every river was his blood. The itchiness and pain in his abdomen instantly lessened. Chu Lai King was also surprised. He had actually understood the Qingzhou cauldron in an instant and borrowed its power. The red-haired old woman gave up on attacking. Her face was gloomy. The realm above the Devil's Den was sealed again, although it did not have the demon-suppressing power of the demon-suppressing hall. However, it was far sturdier than the demon suppression hall. With their strength alone, it was impossible for them to break through it in a short period of time. The surging demon chi dispersed, revealing the starry sky again. Before they knew it, night had already fallen. Everyone could not help but look at the horizon. Never had they found the river of stars to be so resplendent. Looking further down, Great Buddha Mountain was no longer the same as before. In its place was the divine turtle with the huge cauldron on its back. He was the one who had ended the war. Qingshan, the unraging monk, arrived before the spirit turtle. He was filled with mixed feelings. With Li Qingshan's strength, he could leave if he wanted to. No one could stop him. Even if demon folk ruled the world and turned the 9 provinces into a demon domain, not a single demon king would be able to do anything to him. Moreover, he could be regarded as half a war demon, so perhaps he would be even more at home. Don't worry, master. The demon cauldron has already been suppressed. Li Qingshan turned his huge head. His deep eyes seemed azure blue at first glance, but as he gazed into them, they grew darker and darker, becoming as dark as the deep sea. They shone with the glow of divinity, flowing with Buddhist wisdom and tranquility. The unraging monk's heart warmed up. Even within Buddhism, just how many people could take on such responsibilities and make such sacrifices? Who was bold enough to say that his disciple was not worthy of being a Buddhist disciple? The dauntless monk brought his palms together towards Li Qingshan. Amitba, I thank you in the place of all the living beings in the world. You might be a demon, but your actions are akin to the Buddhas, dragons, and elephants. You've rendered boundless virtue. Thank you for your praise, Abbot. I'd rather be an ox than a child. Li Qingshan suddenly understood Brother Ox's feelings a little. If he had to choose, he would rather carry a child on his back than become a beast for the Buddhas of the 9 heavens to ride on. The dauntless monk frowned, but there was a sigh of, just as I thought. Exactly. The golden cicada spirit king smiled. Gu Yenying seemed to be in thought. She approached him and asked with a smile, is it heavy? Of course. Why don't you try carrying it on my back? Li Qingshan said in exasperation. Actually, it was not heavy. Most importantly, he could not move at all. It was extremely suffocating. At a time like this, the water mirror's image demonstrated its usefulness. I can't carry him. Gu Yenying laid out her hands. Is it worth it to do this? I just want to do it. It doesn't matter whether it's worth it or not. With a thought, a mirror clone emerged from Li Qingshan's left eye and yawned. Soon afterwards, a mirror clone emerged from his right eye as well, turning its head forcefully. Under the spirit turtle transformation, all of the spirit turtle's innate abilities strengthened, ensuring sufficient mobility. Looks like you've already found a way to deal with it, Gu Yenying said. Of course. I can't stay here all the time. I still have to go to the Ink Sea. Li Qingshan smiled. Li Qingshan, I'll be waiting for you in the Ink Sea. Don't make me wait too long. The Dragon King of the Sea left with a flick of his sleeve, turning into a swimming dragon and disappearing into the horizon. We've fought side by side after all. Can't we turn enemies into friends? Gu Yenying sighed. Women shouldn't stick their noses into men's matters. Li Qingshan said. Don't even think about it. Gu Yenying widened her eyes before breaking into a self-deprecating laugh. She extended her hand and patted Li Qingshan's head. I'm going. You can stay here. Crunch. Li Qingshan bit down, and Gu Yenying had already taken off with the wind. Her words drifted down from the horizon. Hurry up and get out of here. You still owe me something. I'll need your help very soon. Got it. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at Chu Lai King and the King of Southern Yu. Can your majesties come over for a chat? I was just about to bid farewell. Qingshan, is there anything else you need help with? The King of Southern Yu said very amiably, which made Chu Lai King frown heavily. Little and has already told me about your help. I'll definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Li Qingshan said. You're too kind, Qingshan. The King of Southern Yu smiled. He had been waiting for that. Everything he had done in the Green Province could be said to be for the sake of Li Qingshan. With Li Qingshan's vengeful nature, he immediately felt like everything was worth it. Your Majesty, King of Chu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Li Qingshan said. What is it? Chu Lai King said. Chapter 1136. Good idea. If we want to suppress demon caverns long-term, Tree Kings are the best choice. The various demon caverns of the Mist Province are all being suppressed by a great banyan tree right now. The King of Southern Yu clapped his hands. He was eager for the Banyan Tree King to take over the Green Province and become the god of the province. Kid, you haven't disappointed me after all. A streak of golden light shot over. Madame Tung had been forced into retreat by Little, and so she was obviously reluctant to accept this. Coupled with the fact that the battle had truly been chilling, she had been hiding in the shadows the entire time, waiting for an opportunity. Chu Lai King said nothing in thought. He looked around. Everyone looked at him, waiting for his decision. However, apart from the dauntless monk and the unraging monk, both the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the King of Southern Yu would probably stand on Li Qingshan's side. As for his daughter, it went without saying. She basically seemed to be bewitched by Li Qingshan. He could not help but sneer. If I don't agree, you'll be forcing me to abdicate. Li Qingshan chuckled, but he did not deny it. He still had many things he needed to do. He definitely could not remain here for long. The gate of hungry ghosts in the myriad ghosts abyss has opened. If we ignore it, the Green Province will become a land of death very soon, said Little, and this point was also verified by the huge cavity to the south of the Green Province cauldron. Your Majesty, it looks like that's all we can do. The dauntless monk considered it for a while before also going up to persuade him. He did not want Great Buddha Mountain to end up in the hands of demons, but it was better than being taken over by demon folk. The 9 cauldrons are a symbol of vassals of Great Xia, so what's there to be reluctant about? And when the Green Province faced a disaster, has Great Xia ever sent a single soldier? Instead, it's me, your old enemy, who has come to help you. The King of Southern Yu stood with his hands behind his back and said slowly. Chu Lai King looked at the King of Southern Yu with a frown. The King of Southern Yu stared back without backing down. They were natural enemies. However, this grievance had been passed down from their ancestors. There were no specific grievances between them. Chu Lai King could not help but think about what Little and had said about the snail's horn. Perhaps it was time to put an end to this. He let out a long sigh and finally nodded. All right. After a moment of determination, he completely cut off the connection with the Qingzhou cauldron, turned around and left. Your Majesty. The Dark Queen stepped forward. She bowed gracefully, showing more respect to this frustrated man than usual. Chu Lai King's stern expression softened a little. He looked back again. Little and was also watching him leave. He sighed in his heart. No matter what. The Ji clan had finally produced a cultivator with a boundless future. As for how far she could go, it would depend on her fortune. However, how could he be willing to fall behind his daughter? He took a deep breath and compared himself to the 10,000 worlds in the heavens. The 15,000 kilometers of the Green Province was truly nothing more than a snail's corner. As a result, he let go and said to the Dark Queen, "Come on a stroll across the sea with me." "I understand," the Dark Queen said gently. A streak of silver light rushed into the air. The King of Southern Yu rode the Silver Dragon King back to the Mist Province with his honored guests. Qingshan. I'll go meet up with the monks first. I'll be troubling you here, said the unraging monk. Go if you want to. Cut the nonsense, Li Qingshan said bluntly. After Chu Lai King completely severed his connection with the Qingzhou cauldron, he immediately felt much more at ease. He had benefited quite a lot from comprehending the laws of the world it contained. Damned disciple. The unraging monk bellowed before smiling to himself. It still sounds better like that. However, when he turned around, he saw the dauntless monk talking to the Golden Cicada Spirit King. He was extremely polite, which surprised him slightly. According to the seniority of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, fellow Golden Cicada can be regarded as our senior. The dauntless monk brought his palms together. You're too polite, Abbot. How can someone who's been exiled be a senior? The Golden Cicada Spirit King returned the gesture. This is an old custom of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Looking at it now, there are some omissions. You've protected the Buddhist Dharma and purged the demons, so the Chan Monastery of Devanaga owes you greatly. I'm willing to take back the order of exile in the name of the abbot. I wonder if you're willing to accept that. Only then did Li Qingshan understand the dauntless monk's plans. Right now, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was at its weakest. Not only had they lost their headquarters, but 2 of the 4 monk kings had died as well, and their other losses were innumerable. In these chaotic times, this was definitely not a good omen. If he could invite the Golden Cicada Spirit King back to the monastery, then his strength would instead increase by quite a lot. In terms of battle prowess alone, the 4 monk kings probably would not be the Golden Cicada Spirit King's opponent even if they worked together. He could not help but lament over the fact that all of these leaders were pragmatic. If this had happened to other demon kings, they probably would not have accepted it, but the Golden Cicada Spirit King's feelings for the monastery were extraordinary, so he did not treat his exile as some sort of injustice or humiliation. He brought his palms together. Then thank you for your magnanimity, Abbot. The man and demon hit it off immediately, meeting up with the monks and discussing the matter of rebuilding the monastery. Jin Fugue and Yu Weiyang bade farewell to them too. Madame Tung was still reluctant to meet the Banyan Tree King, so she had vanished a long time ago. In the blink of an eye, Great Buddha Mountain fell from the sky. Only the sound of wind could be heard. Little and hugged her knees as she sat on Li Qingshan's head, gazing at the crescent moon. Li Qingshan smiled and closed his eyes, submerging his mind into the green province cauldron. Time passed in a hurry. In Towering City, an ancient and soothing laughter suddenly rang out. The sea of trees surged. On the northern edge of the sea of trees, a great banyan tree sped up, growing until it reached half the size of the Banyan Tree King. It lit up with brilliant light and gradually shrank, turning into a humanoid shape and making its way north. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and smiled. We're finally here. With that, the Banyan Tree King arrived before Li Qingshan. He studied the spirit turtle with the huge cauldron on its back and praised with a smile, "You set off as soon as you heard the good news. As soon as you heard the good news, you immediately set off. Qingshan, your strength has increased by another level." Same here. Let's take this green province cauldron. All right, but we need to take it slow this time, just in case the demon folk take advantage of the situation. Of course. I'll stay here for a while longer, all the way until you become a god of the green province. The Banyan Tree King leapt into the green province cauldron. A while later, the cauldron erupted with brilliant light, rushing into the sky. Lush, green leaves surged out like a spring. A great banyan tree rose into the sky, and aerial roots extended and drooped down, wrapping around the green province cauldron and covering it. In the battle against the demon domain, the green province cauldron had been struck multiple times. Many fine cracks that were difficult to make out with the naked eye appeared on its surface, which made it convenient for the Banyan Tree King to extend his roots thinner than hair into it. Then, he used his countless branches to comprehend the laws of the world within. I've already comprehended a part of it. You can use it as a reference, said Li Qingshan. Under the spirit turtle transformation, his ability to comprehend and calculate became even more startling, so he passed this information to the Banyan Tree King. You've actually comprehended it to such a level already. You sure are talented. You can save me quite a lot of time. The Banyan Tree King sighed in amazement. With the experience of digesting the Mist Province cauldron, his strength was incomparable to before. It was much easier this time, splitting the cauldron in an orderly manner. At the same time, the Dragon Province cauldron shook violently in the imperial court on Dragon's Head Mountain. A middle-aged man in bright yellow dragon robes and a crown on his head stroked the cauldron as he muttered to himself. Chapter 1137. In the desolate village, a shrouding aura of death enveloped the land. The land had become barren, even more deathly silent than a swarm of locusts. Not a single living creature existed. Even if there were 1 or 2 living creatures from time to time, they had already become subjects of the kingdom of death. Li Qingshan set foot in this land of death and could not help but frown. This was the instinctive disgust that living creatures had towards death. The sound of hooves rang out from behind him, and a corpse horse charged over. Most of its body had rotted away, revealing its white bones. Its eye sockets shone with clear, green light, filled with a desire to devour and hatred towards the living. Li Qingshan glanced back. He had sensed the corpse horse's existence a long time ago, but he never thought it would actually charge over. Has even the most basic sense of fear disappeared? There was a disturbance in the desolate village. Villagers emerged from the streets one by one. Their bodies were all half-rotted, and their movements were slow and rigid. When they saw Li Qingshan, they were like people who had starved for 3 days seeing a piece of meat. They all surged over. There were many agile and graceful existences, but they were all vengeful spirits and hungry ghosts. There was a phoenix's cry. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings and turned into a streak of fire, rushing towards the 10,000 ghosts abyss. The desolate village behind him was reduced to ashes in the flames. The ground flew backwards. Many cities and villages were swallowed by the aura of death as well, spreading for thousands of kilometers. Because they were close to a large sect like the Umbral sect, and the disciples of the Umbral sect were rather skilled in human tactics, even the soaring Locust King feared them, so they were not particularly affected by the Locust Plague. Instead, many people gathered here. They never thought they would run into a disaster like this after escaping the Locust Plague, turning them all into ghouls. A large city appeared on the horizon. It was no smaller than the prefectural city of Clear River. It must have been a prefectural city as well. Prosperity had already become an old dream. It had completely become a land of ghouls, numbering in the millions. Even the horror movies he had seen in his past life paled in comparison to this. Li Qingshan thought back to how the White Lotus Mother had slaughtered 200,000 people in a city for the sake of refining an arcane treasure, and he had been extremely shocked. Only now did he understand what it meant for human lives to be worthless. He could not help but sigh. It was a coldness that treated all living things as straw dogs. Flying above the city, he suddenly descended from the sky, using gravity to accelerate. He was like a meteor, dragging a long tail of flames behind him as he landed in the center of the city with a loud bang. A wave of earth swept through the entire city. The buildings collapsed one after another, burying countless ghouls. It was like a great earthquake, or rather, a great earthquake. As far as the eye could see, there were many tall buildings in the city. It had already turned into a pile of rubble. Looking at his own hands, he said, "This is my current strength, the power of destruction, and this is just a mirror image. What am I going to do with this power? Save the world and uphold justice? Or indulging in sensual pleasures? Do whatever I want." He flew away and continued forward. His words were left behind on the ruins of the city, and they drifted with the wind. "I'm sorry. Although I sympathize with your misfortune, I'm not fighting for you." When they were 300 miles away from the 10,000 ghosts abyss, Li Qingshan muttered, "Mystic light illuminates all." His field of vision suddenly zoomed in, and the 10,000 ghosts abyss was clearly reflected on the spirit turtle's profound shell. He could not help but be surprised. That's a tower of white bone over 3,000 meters tall rose into the air, but it only seemed like the base. Its height after completion was unimaginable. Was it going to connect with the sky? Many figures busied about on the Tower of Bone, like construction workers toiling away in the city. However, when Li Qingshan unleashed the mystic light illuminates all, these construction workers all sensed something, turning around and looking over. The ones who built the towers were actually corpse kings, and the supervisor was a group of ghosts that kept changing forms. A translucent tentacle whipped the back of a corpse king. It looked light and almost gentle, but it caused the corpse king's entire body to tremble, and a whip mark appeared on its skin that could not be damaged by magic treasures. "Keep going. Don't stop. If you don't finish in time, not only will the world not be able to tolerate you, but the hungry ghost realm will not tolerate you either." The ghost glanced past Li Qingshan through the spirit turtle's profound shell with a cold gaze, which made him feel like a snake had slithered past his back. He could not help but frown. No matter what the hungry ghost realm wanted to do, they were determined to obtain little and If he left him alone, he would definitely become a great problem in the future. However, this was different from the war against the army of the demon domain. The ghouls had already established themselves and had even cast down a formation. The incomplete Tower of Bone was not complete, but it had clearly begun to take effect, which made him feel extremely threatened. The Gate of Hungry Ghosts below had been ripped to a size even larger than the original 10,000 Ghosts Abyss. It was like the Hungry Ghost realm had opened its mouth and was about to swallow them. The mountainous green province cauldron was swallowed by the green, replaced by a towering tree. The dragon-like roots wrapped around the spirit turtle's body. Li Qingshan did not move at all. The sun, moon, and stars changed. Time passed by bit. The green province cauldron produced a soft sound. The roots that had penetrated deep into it grew vigorously, slowly widening the cracks and breaking them apart bit by bit. Torrential rain fell from the sky, washing away the ground contaminated by demon qi. The remaining Great Buddha Mountain stood in the gray rain. The rain gathered into a river and flowed down, wrapping around the great banyan tree. Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. His body gradually changed, releasing a vibrating force. The Qingzhou cauldron emits buzzing noises, which sound like that of a great bell. Clang! The green province cauldron shattered into millions of rainbow-colored dust particles, sweeping away the torrential rain and the thick, dark clouds. For a moment, sunlight shone down, piercing through the gaps in the canopy. It shone resplendently. The great banyan tree swayed its branches, and the scattered rainbow-colored dust gathered on every single leaf. It was like a rainbow divine tree, growing at a faster rate once again. In a flash, Li Qingshan flew out from under the tree. He turned around and saw that the demon qi had just gushed out of the devil's den. The roots quickly spread and sealed the devil's den, digging deep into the ground. The tree grew taller and taller, looking like it could reach the sky. At the same time, countless great banyan trees rose from the ground in various parts of Qingzhou, causing countless living beings to look up in shock. The Banyan Tree King's aura became more vast and distant, surpassing that of ordinary so-called demons. It was like he was the representative of heaven and earth. And this was only the beginning. After refining the 9 cauldrons, he would truly become the god of the 9 provinces, the representative of the world's will. Li Qingshan asked with a smile, "How does it feel to become the god of Qingzhou?" "Not bad, or rather, very good," said the Banyan Tree King. "Can you borrow the power of heaven and earth to suppress the Gate of Hungry Ghosts?" asked Li Qingshan. "No, my power can't enter it either. The white bone pagoda you mentioned seems to be completely shielded from the laws of heaven and earth. Unless it can be destroyed, it's absolutely impossible to suppress it." The Banyan Tree King also expressed his helplessness. "If you really want to suppress it, you'd better hurry. When the Gate of Hungry Ghosts is torn even bigger, it'll be too late." Chapter 1138. That child? You're talking about the Azura King. Li Qingshan was taken aback before returning to his senses. There was actually such a strange fellow in his Azura field. It was not that his memory was terrible, but that the child was startlingly obedient. He had been trapped in the tiny Azura field for so many days, yet he had not made any noise at all. He's no regular Azura King. If I'm not wrong, he should be a Raho. Qing said sternly. "What's a Raha?" Li Qingshan was surprised. "Don't tell me he's a Rahu Azura." The Banyan Tree King was surprised. Ever since he became a god, he had rarely experienced such obvious emotional fluctuations. Rahu is the name of the original Azura, as well as the first Azura of the Azura realm, as well as the god king of the Azura realm. Legend has it that he was slain by a god because of the water of undying. Ever since then, the Azura realm has fallen apart, descending into eternal war. Banyan Tree King sure is knowledgeable. However, the Raha God King already possesses an undying body, so he was not slain. That's where the undying body of Azura comes from. Only after Qing's introduction did Li Qingshan understand the significance of Rahu. In the Azura realm, they were equivalent to the princes of Great Xia, and unlike the imperial family of Great Xia, the more powerful they were, the more difficult it was for them to reproduce. As a result, there were extremely few Rahu. There were still very few princes who could achieve anything in Great Xia, as they were still humans at the end of the day, while Rahu was a true god, a natural god. The difference between the two was even greater than the difference between the son of village Headley of Crouching Ox Village and the prince of Great Xia. Inqing said, "The black sun and moon are Rahu's insignia. They symbolize the divine force that devours the sun and moon." "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Li Qingshan asked. He thought about how devouring the sun and moon was probably not just a description. He had never thought his Azura field would actually summon such an important figure. No wonder he possessed such power. He had seen an Azura king before, but he was definitely not as powerful as this. I wasn't certain in the beginning either. After all, as a Rahu, he's just too weak. Too weak. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He had crippled Dumohan, who was wielding the forsaken celestial sword, with a single move. This was still too weak. A god's descendant was really shameless. However, when he thought about his own 9 transformations of the demons and gods, he felt that it was not a problem. He didn't have the right to criticize others. It had been less than 100 years since he started his cultivation, and he was not far from being invincible in the world. He had also angered all the cultivators in the world. He guessed, maybe he's just too young. He's still a little kid. That's not the case. Your Majesty will know once you see it. All right, let's go meet this divine son. Li Qingshan and Little and followed Inqing to the Azura arena. He couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. The child was still lying on the Azura armament sacrificial altar, looking half dead. He wasn't cultivating because his aura didn't grow stronger. Instead, it seemed to have grown weaker, and his appearance seemed to have grown a bit older. He immediately understood that the divine child was getting weaker day by day. He's lost his will to fight, Inqing quietly reminded. I see. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and shouted, "Hey, brat, get up." The child was lying on his back, looking at the sky with his eyes listless. When he heard this, he turned around and faced his back to Li Qingshan. So useless. Li Qingshan then said to Inqing, "Can you become an Azura king if you kill him?" Inqing was shocked and took a step back. "Your Majesty, don't speak nonsense. It wouldn't be a joke if this Rahu's will to fight was stimulated." Li Qingshan glanced at the child. The child didn't react at all. He smiled and said, "How is it nonsense? If this goes on, this brat will become an Azura commander. He definitely won't be a match for you." Inqing couldn't help but be slightly moved as she sized up the child's back. As an assassin, she paid particular attention to taking advantage of others when they were in a precarious situation. If she could obtain the Rahu clan's undying divine blood, then there would be boundless benefits. It's better if you don't let him try. Even if I become an ordinary Azura, I can crush this kind of trash with one finger, the child said weakly, but he was filled with indescribable confidence. Inqing's heart trembled, and she immediately dispelled this thought. You finally can't help but speak? But in this world, you have to try to know. Don't be afraid, Inqing. He's definitely bluffing, Li Qingshan said. Inqing revealed a bitter expression. How could it be so easy to kill a god? The giant eyeball that appeared in the blood-colored vortex was probably for this divine blood. I'm already tired of fighting and killing. You better not force me. What if I force you? Li Qingshan crouched behind the child, his killing intent ready but not released. He was like a crouching tiger that bared its sharp fangs, ready to bite down at any time. This hypocritical killing intent really makes me want to vomit. Stop with your pointless probing, it's so annoying. Fine, you've seen through me. I'm just curious. Li Qingshan stood up. I, Li Qingshan, will definitely repay favors. You once lent me a hand, so as long as you stay in my territory, I will naturally protect you. No one will be able to harm a single hair on your head. The child tilted his head slightly and glanced out of the corner of his eye. Li Qingshan's expression was calm and firm. But with just the cultivation of 3 heavenly tribulations, he actually said that he would protect him. This was simply a huge joke. However, when it came from his mouth, it had a convincing power. Moreover, this fellow had clearly seen one of the countless eyes that were spying on him. "You don't owe me anything. What's your name?" Li Qingshan asked. The child withdrew his gaze and said nothing. "You don't want to say? Fine, but for convenience's sake, I'll give you a name." "Speaking of names, ha ha ha." Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he let out an arrogant laugh. Little and blinked, knowing that he was going to use his naming talent again. Li Qingshan paced back and forth on the Azura ritual platform, sometimes looking up at the sky, sometimes lowering his head in contemplation. He pinched his chin and pondered for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he pointed at the child. "I've got it. The sun and the moon are bright, so I'll call you Little Ming." Little Ming, the child squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. His aura suddenly soared, and he slowly sat up. "What do you think?" Concise and comprehensive, simple but not simple. "You can throw away your original name, right, Little N?" Li Qingshan smiled confidently. "Yes." Little N nodded seriously. Compared to Ji Xianwei, Little N was indeed more pleasant to the ears. Little N. As if confirming that Li Qingshan did not mean to insult him, Little Ming collapsed on the Azura ritual platform again and hit his head against a rock. "Fortunately, you met the current me. Little Ming, if I help you arouse your fighting spirit, can you help me fight a battle?" Li Qingshan suddenly asked. If he could have the help of this Azura divine son, his chances of winning against the hungry ghost realm would definitely increase. Qingshan. Chapter 1139. "No," Little Ming said resolutely. "Then forget it." Li Qingshan did not force it. It was just a test anyway. He studied Little Ming curiously. Just how powerful was he before he lost his will to fight and weakened? At the very least, he could easily crush his current self. He looked up at the blood-red sky. The blood-red swirl that led to the Azura realm was still riddled with cracks. Unlike the demon's cavern in the demon realm, the connection between the Azura field and the Azura realm was not particularly close, so it recovered much more slowly. However, he believed that, even if it recovered completely, the owner of the huge eye would not dare to enter so easily and endure the counterattack of the world of the 9 states. This was the greatest reason why he dared to provoke Little Ming and even made a promise. It was also the greatest reason why he could face the demon realm and the hungry ghost realm. Being in this well-named 9 provinces was admittedly a kind of restraint, but it was also the greatest protection, allowing him to not have to face the powerhouses of the wider world. However, at this moment, after reaching the 5th layer of the Phoenix and balancing the transformation of the demonic and divine, he had already touched the edge of the well. He could leap out of the well with just one more step and enter an even vaster and more dangerous world. Whether it was Qiongqi, Emperor Li, or the divine child before him, they had only reflected a corner of it. There, the great advantage of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine would be weakened. His enemies would no longer be just cultivators. There would even be deities, Buddhas, and demons. When he thought of that, he could not help but tremble inside. It was not fear, but indescribable excitement and anticipation. But now, the path to the Azura realm had been severed. Who knew whether the owner of the huge eye would be guarding there? Ascension was the only way. As the ultimate goal of all cultivators in the world, the problem now was how to take the final step. And where would the final step lead to? The first problem had trapped countless cultivators in the world. Who knew how many geniuses had stopped here? Even the Golden Cicada Spirit King had been stuck at this step for many years. This was different from regular tribulations. Instead, it was to completely transcend this world. During the process of transforming into the spirit turtle to suppress the demon's cavern, Li Qingshan had already discussed this with the Banyan Tree King. The Banyan Tree King, who wanted to transform into a well, had given a relatively detailed explanation. The Banyan Tree King said, "You actually have the same mother. Are we long-lost brothers?" Under the shade of the tree, the spirit turtle opened its eyes and looked at the luxuriant tree with a rather strange gaze. No, I'm talking about this world. She was the mother of all living beings in this world. Everything we have, whether it's the soul or the body, comes from it. Although on the surface, every living creature seemed to be an independent individual. But from the very first moment, he had already established a close connection with this world. In the process of cultivation, this connection will become even closer. We are all favored by the heavens. Oh! The so-called cultivation is like a baby absorbing nutrients from its mother through the umbilical cord. Li Qingshan seemed to have understood something. That's right. The more pampered a child is, the more they won't allow their child to leave them. And when would a child be willing to leave their mother? The Banyan Tree King's voice was filled with deep emotions, like a child longing for home. His vow to become a god of the 9 provinces was not just for ambition. I don't think so. At our level of cultivation, we've already condensed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy from this world. I'm afraid that the world's will is unwilling to lose this portion of power, so it'll pull and tie us down. It'd rather we die here and return everything to this world than let us leave. If the world is the mother, then all ascenders are unfilial children. Li Qingshan did not agree. His soul did not originate from this world, and he was someone who had even resolutely abandoned his home. Naturally, he could not understand the Banyan Tree King's feelings towards this world. That deep and unfathomable world's will was probably something only the Banyan Tree King could touch. Of course, it's not wrong to understand it this way. However, the power of Mother is something that even deities have to stop. If it's really so selfish, how can there be ascenders? Moreover, there will definitely be a pulling force, but there will also be a repulsive force. Otherwise, with just our own strength, how can we break through the boundaries and ascend to another world? There's no harm in treating this as a test. A capable child will be able to bring the blessings of Mother to a faraway place. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment. I apologize. After all, this esteemed mother has never asked me for anything. There's no need to apologize. This is where your advantage lies, and it's also a very important step. Severing your attachment to this world, I believe that even fellow Taoist Golden Cicada, who wholeheartedly wants to ascend, has this attachment in his heart. This is also unavoidable. Li Qingshan nodded. Just like an ordinary person leaving their home for the first time, it was inevitable that they would have feelings of attachment. However, he had already left a world before. Although he was not the proud son of heaven of that world, he had once been captivated by it. As for you, you have no attachment to this world. You can be considered a natural-born unfilial son. Banyan Tree King laughed. This world can only be considered a stepmother. Although she treats me well, she can't compare to my birth mother. Li Qingshan laughed. The transmigration experience had already brought him very little benefit, so much so that he didn't even need to carefully conceal it. However, he didn't expect that there would be such benefits. Without the obstruction of the mind, all that's left is power. I believe that to you. This won't be a problem. Li Qingshan was very confident. As long as he spent some effort and stabilized his current cultivation, he would basically be ready to ascend. However, your problem isn't the ascension itself, but the bet with Qiangqi and how to ascend to the same world as Little and Banyan Tree King's words exposed Li Qingshan's greatest worry. Once he ascended to a higher world, the 500-year promise with Qiangqi would definitely be accelerated, and he would very likely have to face it alone. What are the worlds you can ascend to? Apart from the 6 realms of Sasra, there's only the demon domain. There are no other possibilities. If it weren't for the repeated invasions of the demon domain, there would only be the 6 realms of Sasra. The 6 realms of Sasra traverse the various worlds omnipresent. Even if sentient beings don't ascend, their souls will return to it after death. Then what determines which world you ascend to? Don't ascend to the demon domain. That'll be bad luck. Race, cultivation method, and personality all affect you. It's hard to say whether it's a coincidence or not. You practice the demon war statuary and your demonic nature is not weak, but you're fundamentally different from demon folk. You reject the laws of the demon domain very much, so you basically won't enter the demon domain. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.